The Psychology of Silent Hill, How Team Silent Created Gaming's Most Sophisticated Horror. Silent Hill stands as video gaming's most psychologically sophisticated horror franchise, transforming abstract theories from Freud, Jung, and clinical psychology into interactive nightmares that reveal profound truths about the human psyche. Team Silent's masterwork represents an unprecedented fusion of academic psychology with interactive storytelling, creating experiences that function simultaneously as entertainment and psychological education. The series' genius lies in externalizing internal psychological states through supernatural manifestation. Rather than simply depicting mental illness, Silent Hill creates worlds where unconscious conflicts, repressed memories, and traumatic experiences become tangible, interactive realities. This approach allows players to literally navigate through psychological landscapes, confronting fears and traumas in ways impossible through traditional media. Freudian Foundations, the unconscious made manifest. Team Silent drew extensively from Freudian psychoanalysis, particularly concepts of the unconscious mind, repression, and the tripartite structure of personality. Silent Hill 2's James Sunderland represents the most sophisticated implementation of Freudian theory in gaming history. James's journey through Silent Hill functions as what Freud termed a punishment dream, an unconscious fantasy where the ego seeks punishment for repressed guilt. His psychological structure perfectly demonstrates his superego manifests overwhelming guilt externalized through Pyramid Head's relentless punishment, while his ego attempts to rationalize this journey as a quest for reunion rather than atonement. The game's defense mechanisms operate with clinical precision. James exhibits repression by burying memories of Mary's murder, projection by externalizing guilt onto monsters, displacement by redirecting emotions towards Silent Hill's creatures, and denial through constructing false narratives about Mary's death timeline. These aren't merely story elements. They're interactive demonstrations of how the human psyche protects itself from unbearable truth. Freudian psychosexual symbolism permeates the series. Pyramid Head's great knife represents phallic aggression and sexual frustration, while his assault on mannequins externalizes James's repressed libidinal tensions during Mary's illness. The hospital environment symbolized sterile, medicalized sexuality, reflecting James's complex feelings about Mary's deteriorating body and his own frustrated desires. The Oedipus complex appears most clearly in Walter Sullivan's pathology from Silent Hill 4, where Room 302 literally becomes his mother, an extreme manifestation of childhood fixation that drives his ritualistic behavior. Even Silent Hill 1 explores father-daughter dynamics through Harry's protective relationship with Cheryl, threatened by corrupting mother figures representing the dangerous feminine. Death drive and repetition compulsion. Freud's later theoretical developments find sophisticated expression throughout Silent Hill. The death drive, Thanatos, manifests in characters' unconscious attraction to destruction and suffering. James repeatedly returns to locations associated with Mary's death, demonstrating repetition compulsion, the unconscious need to recreate traumatic experiences. His multiple visits to the hospital where Mary died represent this compulsive repetition, each return bringing him closer to conscious acknowledgement of his actions. The pleasure principle versus reality principle conflict drives much of Silent Hill 2's narrative tension. James's fantasy of Mary calling to him represents the pleasure principle, the ego's desire for immediate gratification and wish fulfillment. However, reality principle demands gradually emerge through increasingly undeniable evidence of his guilt. forcing confrontation with actual rather than desired circumstances. Freudian slips appear throughout character dialogue, revealing unconscious knowledge that contradicts conscious beliefs. James's verbal hesitations, contradictory statements about timeline, and moments of unexpected honesty demonstrate how the unconscious mind betrays conscious deception. These linguistic markers provide players with psychological clues about characters' true mental states. Jungian psychology, shadow work, and archetypal horror. Carl Jung's analytical psychology provides Silent Hill's second major theoretical framework. Pyramid Head exemplifies Jung's shadow archetype, representing James's rejected, unconscious aspects that he refuses to acknowledge. This isn't simply a monster, it's a therapeutic agent forcing integration of denied psychological material. The series demonstrates Jung's individuation process through character arcs. James progresses from persona breakdown through shadow encounter to anima integration before achieving potential self-realization in the game's multiple endings. His false identity as grieving widower crumbles as he confronts Pyramid Head and his guilt, ultimately reconciling Mary and Maria aspects of his psyche. Archetypal characters populate Silent Hill's landscape. The mother archetype appears as both nurturing and devouring, from Silent Hill 1's maternal horror to Silent Hill 3's forced pregnancy themes. Nurses represent the corrupted caregiver archetype, transforming healing into threat. The child archetype manifests in various forms, from gray children representing lost innocence to Heather's struggle with inherited trauma. Jung's collective unconscious explains Silent Hill's universal resonance. The town draws from archetypal imagery that transcends cultural boundaries. Water representing the unconscious through Toluca Lake, fire as purification and destruction, mirrors reflecting hidden truths, and hospitals as sites of healing and trauma. These symbols speak directly to the human psyche regardless of personal experience. The anima-animus concept appears most clearly in James's relationship with Mary versus Maria. Mary represents his idealized anima, the domesticated feminine aspect, while Maria embodies the raw, unrestrained version reflecting unconscious desires. His final confrontation requires integrating these aspects rather than choosing between them. Synchronicity and meaningful coincidence. Jung's concept of synchronicity, meaningful coincidence rather than causality, explains many of Silent Hill's supernatural elements. Characters arrive in Silent Hill during psychological crisis moments, suggesting that external events align with internal psychological states rather than operating through normal cause and effect relationships. The town calls to people when they need to confront specific psychological material, representing synchronistic rather than logical attraction. This principle extends to monster encounters and environmental changes. Locations shift between normal and nightmarish states based on characters' psychological readiness to confront specific traumas. The timing of these transformations suggests meaningful coincidence rather than random supernatural activity, creating a world where psychological necessity drives supernatural manifestation. Modern trauma theory, PTSD, and complex trauma. Beyond classical psychoanalysis, Silent Hill incorporates contemporary understanding of trauma psychology. The series demonstrates sophisticated awareness of post-traumatic stress disorder symptoms and complex trauma effects, particularly in characters like Angela Orozco and Walter Sullivan. Angela's presentation in Silent Hill 2 accurately depicts complex PTSD from childhood sexual abuse. Her dissociative episodes, emotional numbing, hypervigilance around authority figures, and suicidal ideation represent textbook complex trauma symptoms. Her perception of Silent Hill as constantly burning reflects how trauma survivors experience the world as perpetually dangerous, with normal environments feeling threatening due to conditioned fear responses. Complex trauma's impact on identity formation appears throughout Walter Sullivan's pathology. His inability to form stable sense of self, resulting in identification with inanimate objects, room 302, demonstrates how severe childhood trauma disrupts normal identity development. His dissociative episodes create multiple self-states representing different trauma responses. Child Walter preserving hope, adult Walter expressing rage, and crucified Walter embodying victimization. Intergenerational trauma transmission. Silent Hill 3 explores how trauma passes between generations through Heather's inheritance of Alessa's experiences. This reflects contemporary research on epigenetic trauma transmission, how traumatic experiences can affect gene expression and be passed to offspring. Heather experiences nightmares, phobias, and emotional responses connected to events she never personally experienced, demonstrating how family trauma histories can impact subsequent generations. The series also examines cultural trauma through the Order's multi-generational abuse patterns. Each generation repeats traumatic behaviors learned from previous ones, creating cycles of institutional abuse that persist across decades. This reflects research on how communities can perpetuate trauma through cultural practices and belief systems. Silent Hill 2, James Sunderland's Psychological Hell. Silent Hill 2's monster catalog reads like a psychiatric textbook brought to life, each creature representing specific psychological conflicts within James's traumatized psyche. The lying figures embody multiple layers of symbolism, wrapped in skin-tight restraints like body bags. They represent Mary's corpse-like state during illness. Their constant writhing mirrors both Mary's suffering and James's feeling of being trapped in their deteriorating marriage. The acid spray they emit from chest cavities represents destructive emotions, perhaps James's suppressed anger or his own sexual frustration manifesting as toxic, harmful discharge. The bubblehead nurses transform the caring feminine archetype into something sexualized and threatening. Their provocative attire, low-cut blouses, short skirts, and high stockings, represents James's frustrated libido during Mary's illness. The bubble-like head coverings obscure their faces, making them simultaneously alluring and faceless, reflecting how James's sexual needs became disconnected from genuine intimacy. Their twitching movements suggest the anxiety surrounding his repressed desires, while their steel pipe weapons turn nurturing into violence. Mannequins present perhaps the most disturbing representation of objectified femininity. Built from two pairs of legs with no upper torso, they're literally incomplete women, sexual objects without identity, personality, or humanity. They attack by kicking, using the very parts of the female body they represent as weapons. Their stillness until discovered by light forces James to literally illuminate his own psychological problems before they become aggressive. The abstract daddy, though primarily representing Angela's trauma, reflects James' projection of sexual violence and guilt. Two bodies trapped in sexual position under a blanket of skin, unable to separate, represent the violation of intimacy and the corruption of sexual connection through abuse. James sees this monster because his own actions toward Mary, killing her during her vulnerable illness, contain elements of violation that resonate with Angela's experiences. Pyramid Head serves as James's ultimate psychological executioner. His triangular helmet was inspired by the executioner painting in the Historical Society, but psychologically represents James's need for punishment. The great knife he drags symbolizes the weight of guilt James carries, too heavy to lift easily, creating that distinctive scraping sound that announces judgment's approach. Pyramid Head's assault on other monsters, particularly mannequins, forces James to witness his own psychological violence externalized. The final boss battle against Mary/Maria in the hotel represents James's ultimate confrontation with anima integration. The creature suspended in a metal frame reflects both Mary's medical apparatus during illness and Maria's artificial construction as a fantasy replacement. Her pleas to James during the fight, "James, why are you being so cruel?" force him to confront the cruelty of both his actions toward Mary and his psychological replacement of her with Maria. The Hotel and Memory Palace Technique. The Lakeview Hotel functions as James's memory palace, a psychological technique where memories are organized spatially. Each room contains specific memories and emotional associations from James and Mary's relationship. The honeymoon suite represents their romantic beginning, while the basement areas symbolize the darker aspects of their marriage that James buried in his unconscious. The hotel's videotape reveals represent recovered memories emerging through environmental triggers. As James progresses through familiar spaces, suppressed memories surface naturally, demonstrating how location-based cues can unlock traumatic memories. This reflects actual therapeutic techniques used in trauma treatment, where returning to safe versions of trauma sites can facilitate memory integration. Silent Hill 3, Heather's feminine horror and inherited trauma. Silent Hill, 3 shifts focus to specifically feminine psychological fears, exploring themes of unwanted pregnancy, sexual violence, and identity formation through Heather's journey as Alessa's reincarnation. The game's monster design reflects distinctly gendered anxieties about bodily autonomy and sexual threat. The closer appears early in Heather's journey, encountered feeding on a corpse in a clothing store. With enlarged club-like arms and a skirt-like lower body, it represents overwhelming physical threat in spaces where women should feel safe, shopping areas and fashion stores. Its lipless mouth stretched across its face suggests sexual threat without the possibility of communication or negotiation. The closer embodies the fear of being overpowered by masculine aggression in supposedly safe feminine spaces. Double-head creatures combine canine aggression with symbolic splitting. Their heads open along the middle like opening jaws, but also like wounds or sexual openings. They represent the duality of Heather's identity as both herself and Alessa, but also the splitting of female identity under pressure from external forces trying to control her destiny. The pendulum monsters floating through Lakeside Amusement Park with blade-like legs represent the constant threat of violence hanging over feminine existence. They're unpredictable in their attacks, swooping down without warning, embodying the anxiety that violence can strike women at any moment, even in spaces associated with childhood joy and innocence. Slurpers hide under furniture and attack from below, representing threats that remain hidden until women are in vulnerable positions. Their name suggests sexual predation, while their small size and hiding behavior reflect how sexual threat often comes from unexpected sources or familiar environments. The missionary boss encounter forces Heather to confront organized religious masculinity, armed with blade weapons. Its name references religious conversion, reflecting how the order seeks to convert Heather to their purposes regardless of her consent. The creature's aggressive, unpredictable movements between calm poses and violent lunges mirror how patriarchal religious authority can shift suddenly from benevolent to threatening. Valtiel presents a unique challenge to interpretation, described as God's attendant rather than a manifestation of Heather's psyche. He appears throughout the game performing mysterious maintenance tasks. His positioning behind Heather as she climbs ladders, where he could view up her skirt, represents the constant surveillance and sexualization women experience, even from supposedly protective or neutral sources. The birth symbolism culminates in Heather's forced pregnancy with God. When she vomits up the fetus after taking the drug from Leonard, she literally rejects the attempt to use her body for others' purposes. The final boss battle against the prematurely born God, malformed and incomplete, represents triumph over forces that would define her existence solely through her reproductive capacity. Adolescent identity formation under trauma. Heather's character arc demonstrates how inherited trauma affects adolescent development. Her transition from carefree teenager to hardened survivor reflects accelerated maturation under stress, a common response to trauma exposure during critical developmental periods. Her increasing confidence and aggression throughout the game represent healthy adaptation, contrasting with Alessa's earlier helplessness. The shopping mall setting reflects adolescent identity exploration through consumer culture, but the corruption of these spaces demonstrates how trauma disrupts normal developmental processes. Heather's relationship with material objects becomes complicated by supernatural threats, representing how trauma survivors may struggle with normal adolescent concerns about appearance and belonging. Silent Hill 4, Walter Sullivan's fractured psyche and maternal obsession. Silent Hill 4 presents psychology's most complex exploration of severe attachment disorder and dissociative identity formation. Walter Sullivan's condition stems from abandonment trauma so severe it created a complete break from reality, manifesting as the belief that room 302 is literally his mother. Walter's psychological splitting appears throughout the game in multiple forms. The innocent child Walter who knocks on doors seeking his mother represents his preserved childhood need for maternal attachment, while adult Walter embodies the murderous rage born from that need's frustration. This dissociation isn't metaphorical. Walter's psyche literally divided itself during the trauma of abandonment, creating separate selves that can interact with each other. The 21 Sacraments ritual reflects Walter's attempt to reunite with his mother through an elaborate delusion system. Each murder is numbered and ritualistic, representing his belief that sufficient sacrifice will awaken Room 302's maternal response. This delusional thinking demonstrates how severe childhood trauma can create alternative reality systems that feel more truthful than actual experience. Room 302's transformation throughout the game mirrors psychological deterioration under extreme stress. As Walter's influence grows stronger, the apartment develops hauntings, supernatural manifestations that represent traumatic memories bleeding into present reality. The holes appearing in walls symbolize psychological boundaries breaking down, allowing past trauma to contaminate current experience. The monsters Walter creates reflect his distorted worldview and traumatic experiences. Sniffer dogs embody his fear and hatred of the animals, stemming from childhood abuse at the pet shop where he worked. Their umbilical-like tongues that drain blood represent his deep need for maternal nourishment combined with his experience of being drained by uncaring institutional systems. Twin victims appear as conjoined infants on adult legs, representing Walter's arrested development. psychologically remaining an infant despite adult capabilities. Their crying and helpless gestures reflect his core emotional state, while their doubled nature represents his psychological splitting. Wall men emerge from solid surfaces to grab at Henry, representing Walter's feeling that threats could emerge from anywhere in his childhood environment. Their positioning within walls suggests how institutional abuse made even basic shelter feel dangerous and unpredictable. The ghosts of Walter's victims represent how unresolved trauma continues to haunt both perpetrator and survivors. These spirits can only be permanently stopped by the sword of obedience, symbolizing how traumatic cycles require deliberate intervention and pinning down, rather than simply avoiding or fighting. Walter's identification with Christ through his crucifixion represents the ultimate expression of his Messiah complex. By dying and resurrecting himself to complete the ritual, he positions himself as Savior while simultaneously being victim, a psychological position common in severe abuse survivors who develop grandiose delusions to cope with powerlessness. Urban isolation and modern attachment disorders. Silent Hill 4's apartment setting reflects contemporary urban isolation and its psychological effects. Henry Townshend's initial situation, trapped in his apartment, unable to form meaningful connections with neighbors, represents modern urban alienation that creates vulnerability to supernatural intrusion. The apartment complex becomes a metaphor for social disconnection in modern cities where people live in close physical proximity while remaining emotionally isolated. Walter's choice of apartment victims reflects his targeting of the most isolated individuals, those whose disappearance might go unnoticed. This demonstrates predatory recognition of social vulnerability, while also reflecting Walter's own profound loneliness projected onto others. His attacks on couples represent rage against the maternal bonding he never experienced. Environmental storytelling, psychology made spatial. Silent Hill's environments function as externalized psychological states, transforming abstract mental concepts into navigable spaces. This environmental psychology operates on multiple symbolic levels simultaneously. Hospitals represent medical trauma and loss of autonomy. Brookhaven Hospital's shift from healing space to organic nightmare reflects how medical environments can become sites of trauma rather than recovery. The iconic nurses embody this contradiction, caregivers transformed into threats, representing anxieties about healthcare corruption and loss of control during illness. The hospital's endless corridors and locked doors mirror the feeling of being trapped within medical systems, while the rust and decay suggest how illness corrupts the body's normal functioning. Schools symbolize childhood development disrupted by trauma. Midwich Elementary reflects Alessa's experience of bullying and social ostracism, while the gray children represent lost innocence and long-term impact of childhood abuse. The juxtaposition of normal classroom elements with grotesque transformations demonstrates how trauma corrupts developmental environments. Empty playgrounds and silent hallways suggest childhood joy permanently stolen, while locked doors and maze-like layouts represent how trauma blocks normal developmental progression. Apartments in Silent Hill 2 represent domestic dysfunction and marital breakdown. Woodside and Blue Creek Apartments' deteriorating conditions mirror the decay of James and Mary's relationship during her illness. The multiple locked doors suggest emotional barriers between spouses, while the holes James must crawl through represent desperate attempts to maintain connection despite breakdown. The apartment's shift from normal to nightmarish parallels how illness transformed James's home from haven to prison. Prisons symbolize guilt and self-punishment. Toluca Prison's existence beneath the historical society suggests how past trauma lies buried under official narratives. The gallows in the courtyard represent James's unconscious desire for punishment, while the prison cells mirror his feeling of being trapped by guilt. The invisible prisoners whose voices James hears represent suppressed acknowledgement of wrongdoing. Room 302 in Silent Hill 4 represents the maternal womb and safe space corrupted. Its gradual transformation from comfortable apartment to haunted nightmare mirrors how trauma corrupts our most basic need for safety and nurturing. The holes appearing in walls represent psychological boundaries breaking down, while the hauntings represent how past trauma intrudes on present attempts at stability. Liminal spaces and psychological transition. Silent Hill excels at creating liminal spaces, threshold areas between normal and supernatural states that mirror psychological transition periods. The fog-shrouded streets represent the boundary between conscious and unconscious awareness, while the shift between normal and otherworld versions of location symbolizes the transition between psychological states. Elevators function as particularly potent liminal symbols representing movement between psychological levels. The descent into basement areas consistently represents journey into unconscious material, while ascension often coincides with moments of psychological revelation or escape from traumatic material. The mechanical sounds and confined spaces of elevators create anxiety that mirrors the discomfort of psychological transition. Doorways and thresholds require active choice from characters, representing psychological commitment to confronting difficult material. Locked doors that later open suggest psychological readiness developing over time, while doors that remain locked represent psychological material the character isn't ready to confront. Sound design and psychological manipulation. Akira Yamaoka's sound design creates psychological atmosphere that operates below conscious awareness, using frequency manipulation and psychoacoustic principles to generate anxiety and unease. The famous radio static doesn't just signal monster presence, it represents the interference between conscious and unconscious awareness, the psychological static that occurs when repressed material approaches consciousness. Industrial sounds throughout the series reflect modern alienation and mechanical dehumanization. The constant background hum of machinery represents the psychological pressure of modern life, while the grinding and scraping sounds mirror internal emotional friction. The contrast between mechanical noise and organic sounds highlights the series' exploration of human versus inhuman elements. Musical dissonance creates emotional discomfort that mirrors psychological dissonance, the anxiety that occurs when belief systems conflict with reality. The series uses a tonal composition and unexpected harmonic progressions to generate unease that reflects characters' internal emotional states. Silence becomes as important as sound, creating space for players to project their own anxieties. The series uses strategic silence to force attention to environmental details and internal psychological state, demonstrating how absence of stimulus can be more anxiety-provoking than presence of threat. The Order, institutional abuse and religious trauma. Across all games, the Order represents how religious and institutional authority can perpetuate cycles of abuse while claiming moral superiority. Their consistent involvement in child abuse reflects how power structures can corrupt caregiving relationships and create environments where trauma flourishes. Alessa's burning in the original game represents extreme religious abuse, literally sacrificing a child for adult spiritual goals. Her mother Dahlia's participation shows how religious fanaticism can override natural protective instincts, creating a system where children exist solely to serve adult religious needs. Silent Hill 3's pregnancy themes explore how religious authority seeks to control female bodies and reproductive choices. Claudia's attempt to force Heather to bear God represents religious systems that view women primarily as vessels for divine purpose rather than autonomous individuals with their own rights and desires. Walter Sullivan's institutional abuse reveals systematic child maltreatment within religious orphanages. The Water Prison, a secret facility where children were tortured for failing to meet behavioral standards, represents how religious institutions can use their moral authority to justify extreme cruelty. Walter's resulting psychological pathology demonstrates how religious trauma can create dissociative conditions and delusional thinking. The Hope House orphanage connection across multiple games suggests institutional abuse was systematic rather than isolated. The Order's consistent targeting of children for spiritual purposes reflects how religious organizations can become predatory institutions that consume the vulnerable while claiming divine mandate. Cult psychology and thought control. The Order demonstrates sophisticated understanding of cult psychology and mind control techniques. Their use of social isolation, information control, and punishment systems reflects real cult indoctrination methods. Members undergo progressive commitment escalation, starting with minor ritual participation and gradually increasing involvement until escape becomes psychologically impossible. The cult's promise of spiritual transformation through suffering mirrors how abusive religious systems justify present pain through promised future reward. This delayed gratification system creates psychological dependency while legitimizing current abuse as necessary for spiritual growth. Character psychological profiles, trauma personified, Harry Mason, external trauma, and parental resilience. Harry stands apart as Silent Hill's most psychologically stable protagonist. His journey represents vicarious trauma, psychological damage from witnessing others' suffering rather than personal guilt. Unlike other protagonists, Harry's monsters originate from Alessa's traumatized consciousness, making him a victim of external psychological manifestation. His core psychological conflicts center on profound grief from losing his wife Jody and desperate fear of losing Cheryl. His remarkable resilience demonstrates protective factors, strong parental bonds, clear moral compass, and rational problem-solving abilities that enable survival despite overwhelming supernatural stress. Harry's ability to maintain reality testing while surrounded by others' psychological projections shows remarkable psychological strength and suggests healthy attachment patterns that protect against dissociation. Harry's character demonstrates how secure attachment relationships can provide psychological protection during extreme stress. His consistent focus on protecting Cheryl, even when confronted with evidence of her supernatural nature, shows how parental love can transcend rational understanding and provide motivation for survival. James Sunderland, guilt and sexual frustration manifested. James represents gaming's most sophisticated psychological character study. His monster manifestations directly correspond to specific psychological conflicts. Lying figures represent Mary's bedridden state and James's feeling trapped in marriage. Their body bag appearance symbolizes death, while their acid spray represents toxic emotions and sexual frustration. Bubblehead nurses embody frustrated libido through sexualized yet threatening appearance. Their medical context ties to Mary's illness, while their faceless heads represent disconnection between sexual desire and emotional intimacy. Mannequins, pure objectification of femininity. Incomplete women existing only as sexual objects without identity or agency. Abstract Daddy, though originating from Angela's trauma, reflects James's projection of sexual violence, guilt, and the corruption of intimacy through violation. Final Boss, Mary Char Maria, forces integration of anima aspects for psychological resolution, requiring James to acknowledge both his genuine love and his replacement fantasy. His psychological journey demonstrates cathartic method, Jung's concept of healing through reliving traumatic experiences. As the game progresses, James fully confesses his actions and potentially achieves self-forgiveness, representing successful therapeutic process. Heather Morris, Identity Crisis and Inherited Trauma. Heather embodies adolescent identity formation complicated by supernatural circumstances. Her psychology reflects generational trauma, inheriting Alessa's experiences while maintaining her own personality development. Her religious trauma manifests through anti-religious sentiment and fear of spiritual authority figures. Her coming-of-age journey transforms her from carefree teenager to hardened survivor. Monster encounters become less threatening as she grows psychologically stronger, representing mastery over inherited trauma. Her final rejection of the cult's predetermined destiny demonstrates agency reclamation, choosing personal identity over imposed roles. Heather's anger and defiance serve as psychological protection against attempts to control her destiny. Her sharp tongue and aggressive responses represent healthy resistance to manipulation, contrasting with Alessa's earlier victimization. This transformation shows how inherited trauma can become empowerment when channeled through personal agency. Angela Orozco, childhood sexual abuse survivor. Angela represents one of gaming's most accurate portrayals of childhood sexual abuse trauma. Her presentation demonstrates complex PTSD symptoms, including emotional numbing, hypervigilance, dissociation, and suicidal ideation. Her perception of Silent Hill as constantly burning reflects how trauma survivors experience the world as perpetually dangerous. Her interactions with James reveal her difficulty trusting male figures due to abuse history. Her defensive postures, flinching responses, and assumption of harmful intent demonstrate learned survival behaviors that persist even in non-threatening situations. Her tragic ending reflects the reality that not all trauma survivors achieve healing, particularly those without adequate support systems. Angela's knife discovery scene demonstrates how trauma survivors may be drawn to self-destructive behaviors while simultaneously seeking rescue. Her offer of the knife to James represents both suicidal ideation and a test of his intentions, showing the complex psychological calculations trauma survivors make in interpersonal situations. Walter Sullivan, Attachment Disorder and Dissociative Pathology. Walter represents contemporary psychological isolation in urban environments combined with severe childhood trauma. His attachment disorder manifests as inability to form normal human relationships, leading to his identification of Room 302 as his mother figure. This represents extreme pathological object attachment stemming from maternal deprivation. His dissociative identity formation creates multiple Walter selves, innocent child, murderous adult, and crucified corpse, representing different aspects of his trauma response. The child Walter preserves his original need for maternal love, while adult Walter embodies his rage and vengeance against a world that abandoned him. His 21 Sacraments ritual demonstrates delusional thinking common in severe trauma survivors. The elaborate belief system he creates allows him to maintain hope of reunion with his mother while justifying extreme violence. This represents how childhood abandonment trauma can create alternative reality systems that feel more truthful than actual experience. Walter's inability to distinguish between metaphor and reality shows how severe dissociation affects cognitive processing. His literal belief that room 302 is his mother, rather than understanding it as symbolic representation of maternal absence, demonstrates concrete thinking common in severely traumatized individuals. Team Silent's development philosophy and influences. Team Silent drew from diverse psychological and cultural sources to create their sophisticated horror framework. Director Keiichiro Toyama described the game world as resembling someone else's dreams and reconstruction of fragments of memory, explicitly positioning Silent Hill as dream psychology made interactive. The team consulted legitimate psychological texts incorporating Freudian psychoanalysis, Jungian analytical psychology, and contemporary trauma theory. Literary influences included Dostoevsky's Crime and Punishment for guilt and redemption themes, while cinematic influences drew from David Lynch's surrealist filmmaking and Jacob's Ladder's psychological horror techniques. Cultural sensitivity appeared in Team Silent's integration of Japanese psychological approaches alongside Western frameworks. This synthesis created unique perspective on mental health that transcended single cultural viewpoints, contributing to the series' international resonance. The incorporation of Japanese concepts like mono no aware, impermanence, and wabi-sabi, beauty and imperfection, provided alternative frameworks for understanding trauma and healing. The developers explicitly aimed to create nostalgic streets that trigger deja vu, normal people, and strange ugly monsters, demonstrating understanding that effective psychological horror emerges from familiar elements corrupted rather than purely alien threats. This approach reflects psychological research showing that uncanny valley effects, familiar things made slightly wrong, create more lasting fear than completely foreign threats. Japanese versus Western psychological approaches. The series demonstrates sophisticated integration of Eastern and Western psychological traditions. Japanese concepts of group harmony versus individual expression create tension reflected in characters' struggles between personal desires and social expectations. The notion of reading the air, understanding unspoken social dynamics, appears in characters' ability to sense supernatural presence and hidden psychological material. Mono no aware, the pathos of things, infuses the series with melancholic acceptance of impermanence. This Buddhist-influenced concept explains the series' focus on loss, decay, and the temporary nature of all relationships and achievements. Characters must accept rather than fight against change, finding meaning within impermanence rather than seeking permanent solutions. Mental health themes, clinical accuracy, and complexity. Silent Hill's portrayal of mental illness demonstrates remarkable clinical sophistication while occasionally perpetuating harmful stereotypes. The series accurately depicts PTSD symptoms, including memory suppression, guilt manifestation, nightmares, social withdrawal, and avoidance behaviors. James exhibits textbook complicated grief, showing how trauma disrupts normal mourning processes. Dissociative identity disorder receives complex treatment, particularly in Walter Sullivan's multiple self states and Travis Grady's potential dissociative manifestation in Origins. However, The portrayal sometimes oversimplifies the condition as simple good-bad personality splits, lacking the nuanced coping mechanisms that characterize real dissociative experiences. The series excels in depicting childhood trauma's long-term effects, Heather's religious trauma from inherited Alessa memories, Angela's suicidal depression from sexual abuse, and Walter's attachment disorders from maternal deprivation all reflect legitimate clinical presentations. The games show how early trauma creates lasting psychological vulnerabilities that manifest in adulthood through specific trigger situations. Memory repression receives controversial treatment reflecting real academic debates. James's suppressed memories of killing Mary engage with the memory wars in psychology, the contentious question of whether traumatic memories can be completely repressed and later recovered. Silent Hill, Shattered Memories, explicitly explores false memory construction, showing how therapeutic suggestion might create inaccurate recollections. The series demonstrates impressive cultural competency in mental health approaches. Silent Hill 4 reflects Japanese Morita therapy principles, emphasizing present moment awareness over past exploration, contrasting with Western psychodynamic approaches that dominate other entries. This cultural sensitivity extends to varying stigma levels and treatment philosophies across different societies. Therapeutic implications and cathartic gaming. Silent Hill's psychological sophistication suggests potential therapeutic applications beyond entertainment. The series demonstrates how interactive media can foster empathy for mental illness sufferers by allowing players to experience psychological distress from the inside. This experiential learning differs qualitatively from educational approaches that rely on external observation or description. The cathartic aspects of Silent Hill gameplay mirror therapeutic processes used in trauma treatment. Players confront fears in controlled environments, gradually building tolerance for anxiety-provoking material. The progression from helplessness to mastery reflects exposure therapy principles, while the symbolic representation of psychological conflicts enables processing of difficult material through metaphorical distance. However, the horror context raises ethical questions about using mental illness as entertainment. The series' association of psychological disturbance with supernatural threat may reinforce stigma and fear around mental health conditions. Contemporary game design increasingly addresses these concerns through consultation with mental health professionals and more nuanced portrayals, academic recognition, and scholarly analysis. Silent Hill has generated substantial scholarly attention from psychology journals, game studies publications, and academic institutions. The franchise has been analyzed through psychoanalytic frameworks, examining game space construction and memory representation within clinical contexts. University publications have provided comprehensive academic analysis situating Silent Hill within survival horror genre history and examining narrative structure, imagery, sound, and game mechanics through scholarly lens. Clinical psychology perspectives provide detailed analysis of character psychology using established therapeutic frameworks, consistently recognizing Silent Hill's clinical insights while noting areas where mental illness portrayal could be more responsible. The series has been used in university coursework, examining video game psychology, horror genre analysis, and interactive media's educational potential. This academic recognition validates Silent Hill's sophisticated integration of psychological theory with interactive design. Silent Hill, Shattered Memories introduced revolutionary psychological profiling through real-time assessment affecting gameplay. Dr. Kaufman's therapy sessions represent the most realistic therapeutic portrayal in gaming, developed through consultation with actual psychiatrists. The game's psych profile system makes psychological assessment central to gameplay mechanics rather than peripheral narrative element. Research applications and clinical studies. Contemporary research explores Silent Hill's potential applications in psychology education and therapy training. The series' accurate portrayal of psychological symptoms provides educational value for students learning to recognize clinical presentations. The interactive nature allows experiential learning about trauma effects that traditional textbook study cannot provide. Some therapeutic applications explore using Silent Hill's symbolic framework in art therapy and narrative therapy approaches. The series' rich symbolic language provides vocabulary for discussing difficult psychological material, while the progression through psychological landscapes mirrors therapeutic journey metaphors used in clinical practice. Research into horror gaming's psychological effects uses Silent Hill as a primary case study. Studies examine how controlled exposure to psychological horror affects empathy development, anxiety tolerance, and understanding of mental health conditions. These investigations contribute to broader understanding of interactive media's psychological impact. Silent Hill versus other horror games, depth beyond jump scares. Silent Hill's psychological sophistication becomes most apparent when compared to other horror gaming franchises. While most horror games rely on external threats and startle responses, Silent Hill creates fear through internal psychological recognition. The terror of seeing one's own hidden thoughts made manifest. Resident Evil, external versus internal horror. Resident Evil represents horror gaming's most successful mainstream franchise, but its psychological approach differs fundamentally from Silent Hill's internalized trauma focus. Resident Evil's zombies and bioorganic weapons represent external threats that can be defeated through superior firepower and resource management. The horror emerges from feeling overpowered by external forces rather than confronting internal psychological conflicts. The T-virus outbreak creates chaos through external contamination rather than psychological breakdown. Players fear running out of ammunition or being overwhelmed by numbers, creating resource management anxiety rather than existential dread. While effective at generating immediate stress responses, this approach lacks Silent Hill's psychological depth and personal relevance. Resident Evil's protagonists, Leon Kennedy, Chris Redfield, Jill Valentine, remain psychologically stable throughout their ordeals. They may experience stress responses, but their core identities remain intact. They don't question their perceptions, confront repressed memories, or undergo fundamental personality changes. The horror remains external to their psychological structure. However, Resident Evil 7 and Village attempted deeper psychological elements, exploring family trauma and parental anxiety through Ethan Winters' experiences. These entries showed the franchise recognizing Silent Hill's influence, incorporating psychological themes alongside traditional action horror elements. Fatal Frame, spiritual versus psychological horror. Fatal Frame creates atmospheric horror through supernatural photography mechanics and Japanese folklore, but its psychological elements remain surface level compared to Silent Hill's clinical depth. The series explores themes of death, loss, and spiritual attachment, but primarily through external supernatural forces rather than internal psychological manifestation. Fatal Frame's protagonists encounter ghosts representing tragic historical events rather than personal psychological material. While emotionally affecting, these encounters don't force self-examination or psychological growth in the way Silent Hill's monster confrontations demand personal recognition and integration. The camera mechanic creates unique tension by requiring players to face threats directly rather than avoiding them. But this represents mechanical innovation rather than psychological sophistication. The horror emerges from supernatural encounter rather than psychological revelation. Amnesia, atmospheric horror without personal stakes. Amnesia, the dark descent creates exceptional atmospheric horror through environmental storytelling and vulnerability mechanics, but lacks Silent Hill's personal psychological investment. Daniel's amnesia creates mystery and dread, but the revealed truth serves plot resolution rather than psychological integration. The sanity mechanics simulate psychological breakdown effects without exploring underlying psychological causes. Players experience symptoms of mental distress, visual distortions, auditory hallucinations, disorientation, but these remain gameplay mechanics rather than meaningful psychological exploration. Amnesia's monsters represent external, supernatural threats rather than psychological projections. The Shadow and its servants operate independently of Daniel's psychology, creating fear through pursuit and helplessness rather than psychological recognition and integration. Dead Space, body horror versus mind horror. Dead Space excels at visceral body horror through necromorph design and dismemberment mechanics, but its psychological elements remain secondary to action and resource management. Isaac Clarke's hallucinations of Nicole represent grief and guilt, but lack the sophisticated symbolic framework that makes Silent Hill's psychological manifestations therapeutically meaningful. The marker's influence creates mass psychosis and religious delusion, exploring collective psychological breakdown rather than individual trauma processing. While thematically interesting, this approach lacks the personal investment and individual psychological journey that defines Silent Hill's approach. Dead Space 2's exploration of Isaac's PTSD shows influence from Silent Hill's psychological horror approach, but the implementation remains surface level compared to James Sunderland's complex guilt manifestation and symbolic monster design. Soma, existential versus personal horror. Soma presents sophisticated philosophical horror examining consciousness, identity, and artificial intelligence, but its existential themes operate differently from Silent Hill's personal psychological focus. The game raises profound questions about the nature of consciousness and continuity of identity, but these remain intellectual rather than emotionally personal. Simon's identity crisis stems from technological circumstances rather than psychological trauma. While disturbing and thought-provoking, his situation lacks the emotional weight and personal responsibility that drive Silent Hill's psychological horror. Players confront philosophical problems rather than personal psychological material. The WAU and its experiments represent external threats to human consciousness rather than internal psychological conflicts made manifest. The horror emerges from existential uncertainty rather than psychological recognition and integration. Outlast, shock horror versus psychological depth. Outlast relies heavily on jump scares, gore, and extreme violence to create immediate fear responses, representing the opposite extreme from Silent Hill's psychological subtlety. The Mount Massive asylum setting and its deranged inmates create horror through external threat and shock value rather than internal psychological exploration. Miles Upshur remains psychologically stable throughout his ordeal, functioning as passive observer of external horror rather than active participant in psychological journey. His camera mechanic creates voyeuristic distance from the horror rather than personal investment in psychological outcomes. The game's approach to mental illness through the asylum setting often relies on harmful stereotypes rather than Silent Hill's clinically informed portrayals. Mental illness becomes a source of external threat rather than internal struggle requiring understanding and integration. PT and the cancelled Silent Hills, Kojima's interpretation. PT playable teaser for the cancelled Silent Hills demonstrated how other developers interpret Silent Hill's psychological approach. Hideo Kojima and Guillermo del Toro's collaboration showed sophisticated understanding of Silent Hill's core principles while adding unique elements. The looping hallway concept created psychological claustrophobia through repetition and subtle environmental changes, reflecting how trauma survivors experience recurring thoughts and memories. Each loop revealed new psychological information while maintaining the familiar framework, demonstrating how traumatic memories can be simultaneously repetitive and evolving. Lisa's appearances followed psychological rather than logical patterns, manifesting based on the player's attention and behavior rather than scripted sequences. This approach respected Silent Hill's tradition of making supernatural manifestations dependent on psychological state rather than external triggers. The radio broadcasts and environmental storytelling revealed domestic violence and family trauma themes, continuing Silent Hill's exploration of how intimate relationships can become sources of psychological horror. The father's violence against Lisa and their unborn child reflected real-world trauma patterns rather than fantastical supernatural threats. Contemporary horror games and Silent Hill's influence. Modern horror games increasingly show Silent Hill's influence through psychological complexity and symbolic monster design. Games like Layers of Fear explore artists' psychological breakdown through environmental storytelling, while The Evil Within incorporates surreal psychological landscapes reminiscent of Silent Hill's approach. Visage explicitly homages PT and Silent Hill's psychological horror through domestic trauma exploration and symbolic environmental storytelling. The game's multiple family tragedies create psychological weight through personal rather than abstract horror. Little Nightmares creates childhood nightmare imagery that echoes Silent Hill's symbolic approach, though with less clinical psychological depth. The game's grotesque adults and threatening environments reflect child psychology and developmental fears. Why Silent Hill's approach remains unique. Silent Hill's psychological sophistication stems from its integration of legitimate psychological theory with interactive design. While other horror games may incorporate psychological elements, few demonstrate the clinical accuracy and therapeutic depth that characterizes Team Silent's work. The series' requirement for player psychological recognition creates investment that transcends entertainment. Players don't simply observe psychological horror. They participate in psychological processes that mirror therapeutic work. This active engagement with psychological material creates lasting impact beyond immediate fear responses. Silent Hill's symbolic consistency across multiple games creates a coherent psychological language that other franchises lack. The recurring themes, symbols, and psychological frameworks create depth and meaning that accumulates across the series, rewarding psychological literacy and emotional investment. Most importantly, Silent Hill respects both psychology as a discipline and mental illness as a human experience. While other games may exploit mental illness for shock value or use psychological concepts superficially, Silent Hill demonstrates genuine understanding of psychological principles and their therapeutic applications. Cultural impact and mental health awareness. Silent Hill's influence extends beyond gaming into broader cultural conversations about mental health. The series arrived during a period of increasing mental health awareness, contributing to public understanding of psychological trauma and treatment. Its sophisticated portrayal of mental illness helped legitimize video games as a medium capable of addressing serious psychological themes. The franchise's impact on horror media extends to film, literature, and other interactive media. The Silent Hill film adaptations, while varying in quality, introduced the series' psychological concepts to broader audiences. Contemporary horror media increasingly incorporates Silent Hill's symbolic approach and psychological depth. Gaming industry influence. Silent Hill's success demonstrated market viability for psychologically sophisticated horror games, encouraging other developers to explore deeper psychological themes. The series proved that audiences would engage with complex, emotionally challenging content when presented through interactive media. The game's influence on independent horror developers has been particularly significant. Many contemporary indie horror games draw explicitly from Silent Hill's psychological approach, creating works that explore trauma, mental illness, and psychological healing through interactive experience. Silent Hill's integration of psychological theory with game design established precedent for consulting mental health professionals during development. Modern game studios increasingly recognize the importance of accurate mental health portrayal and therapeutic sensitivity in their work. Legacy and continuing influence. Silent Hill's psychological sophistication extends beyond entertainment into potential therapeutic applications. The series demonstrates how interactive media can foster empathy for mental illness sufferers, provide cathartic experiences for players with mental health struggles, and offer educational value for understanding psychological trauma. However, the series also illustrates ongoing challenges in responsible mental health portrayal. Horror contexts may reinforce fears about mental illness, while some entries wrongly associate mental illness with violence. Contemporary gaming movements have specifically used Silent Hill as both positive and negative example for mental health representation. The series' academic recognition continues growing, with researchers exploring games' potential as virtual reality therapy applications, empathy training tools, and public education resources about mental health conditions. Modern game developers increasingly consult mental health professionals, with new Silent Hill entries promising more responsible portrayals. Silent Hill's legacy lies in proving video games can serve as legitimate vehicles for exploring complex psychological themes, establishing precedent for psychologically informed game design that continues influencing contemporary developers. The series demonstrates that interactive horror can transcend simple entertainment to become genuine exploration of human psychological experience, creating space for both catharsis and education within popular culture. Through masterful integration of established psychological theory with innovative interactive design, Team Silent created experiences that function as extended psychoanalytic processes for both characters and players, establishing Silent Hill as not merely gaming's greatest psychological horror franchise, but as a landmark achievement in psychology's intersection with interactive media. The series proves that video games, when designed with psychological sophistication and clinical accuracy, can serve as powerful tools for understanding trauma, healing, and the complex workings of the human mind. Tonight, we're diving into the fog to uncover some of the deepest Silent Hill conspiracy theories ever discussed. From cult secrets to strange details hidden in the game's design, we'll be exploring the connections and unanswered questions that fans have debated for decades. If you enjoy these kinds of long-form deep dives into Silent Hill lore, make sure to subscribe so you don't miss the next video. And as always, I want to hear from you. Drop a comment down below with the theory you find the most convincing, or any I might have missed. Now, let's step into the fog and begin. What Silent Hill is, purgatory, living town, or personal otherworld. Fans split into three camps about Silent Hill itself. The first says it's purgatory. People arrive carrying guilt, and the town judges them. This fits SH2 best. James sees monsters that reflect his issues, and places twists to match his memories. The second camp says the town is a living force tied to the Order's rights. Rituals, sacrifices, and the lake's history gave Silent Hill a will. That reads well across SH1 to 4, where symbols repeat and the cult can steer outcomes. The third view is the personal otherworld theory. Silent Hill is a stage, but each person's mind writes the props. That explains why Laura sees nothing, why Heather's world skews toward cult imagery, and why Henry's home becomes a trap. The compromise theory, and the one many creators hint at, is that all three are true depending on who walks in. The town is a real place with a real cult and real crimes. Those crimes soaked the land and the lake so thoroughly that people with heavy baggage reflect onto it, and the town amplifies those projections. That's why geography seems to drift, why the same buildings return in new shapes, and why endings feel more like diagnoses than plot twists. Silent Hill isn't just punishing people, it's reflecting them while the Order keeps the engine running. The cult's real goal, Metatron versus Samael. One of the longest-running Silent Hill conspiracies is that fans, and even characters in the games, misidentify the cult's god. In Silent Hill 1, Dahlia repeatedly refers to the Mark of Samael, but years later, developers clarified that this was a mistake in universe. The sigil actually represents the seal of Metatron, a very different concept. That single word swap has fueled decades of debate. So what is the Order actually summoning? If it's Samael, we're talking about a traditional Judeo-Christian angel of death. If it's Metatron, it's closer to a protective seal, one that could block or redirect ritual power. This leads to a theory that Dahlia and other cultists weren't in full control. They were using terms they only half understood, worshipping a force they couldn't define. Some fans go further and argue the god of Silent Hill never had a fixed identity. It's a shifting archetype, taking on different names depending on who invokes it. That explains why Heather's otherworld draws on Christian imagery, why Walter Sullivan's rituals pull from numerology and martyrdom, and why SH2's horrors barely mention the cult at all. If true, the Order isn't serving a single god. It's serving a chaotic well of belief, reshaping itself for whoever tries to channel it. Alessa didn't die after SH1. A popular theory says Alessa never truly died after Silent Hill 1. She changed form. In the good routes, Harry walks away with a newborn that fans read as Alessa/Cheryl Reborn. Years later, that child grows into Heather. Canon names shift depending on ending and translation, but the idea stays the same. Alessa's will survives inside the girl Harry raises. Supporters point to Heather's flashbacks, headaches, and sudden memory spikes in Silent Hill 3. She reacts to places and symbols she shouldn't know, as if an older self is waking up. The game also drops memos about the ritual being incomplete and the cult needing Heather back to finish what began with Alessa. If Alessa were gone, there'd be nothing left to complete. The seal of Metatron versus Samael confusion feeds this too. If Dahlia misread the rite, then Alessa's wish to stop the god might have worked halfway. The god was pushed back, but Alessa's essence fused with Cheryl, creating Heather. That would explain why the Order targets Heather specifically. They aren't hunting a random teenager, they're hunting what's left of Alessa. Fans also note how Heather's Otherworld leans hard on school, hospital, and burn imagery, echoing Alessa's past. Even when scenes aren't literal repeats, the mood lines up. Wheelchairs, scorched walls, the feeling that someone else's pain is bleeding through. So the conspiracy isn't that Alessa is alive in a simple physical sense, it's that her consciousness and purpose persisted. Heather isn't just a look-alike, she's the continuation of a story the town and the cult both refuse to let end. Cheryl/Heather as a looped plan. A big Silent Hill conspiracy is that Cheryl and later Heather weren't accidents, they were part of the cult's cycle from the very beginning. In Silent Hill 1, Harry's adopted daughter Cheryl is revealed to be half of Alessa's soul. When the ritual collapses, Cheryl and Alessa fuse, leading to the baby reborn Harry escapes with. Years later, that baby grows into Heather, who once again becomes the vessel for the god. The theory goes that this wasn't a one-off twist, but a deliberate loop engineered by the Order. The cult may have expected Alessa's fragment to reappear, forcing the same summoning process to repeat until they succeeded. Heather isn't just Alessa's continuation. She's proof the cult's ritual always leaves behind a seed, waiting to grow into the next attempt. This ties into the way Silent Hill 3 treats Heather's nightmares and visions. They don't feel like brand new trauma. They feel like echoes of someone else's life, bleeding through her teenage identity. The school, the hospital, and even Claudia's manipulation all point to a conspiracy. Heather's entire existence was nudged into place to bring the god back a second time. For fans, this theory reframes Harry's victory in the first game. Saving the baby wasn't a clean win, it was moving the curse forward, ensuring Heather would eventually be forced into the same role Alessa was born to play. Mary lived SH2. One long-running theory argues Mary didn't die, at least not in every read of Silent Hill 2. Fans point to the Leave ending, where James departs town with Laura and a final letter from Mary plays in voiceover. Taken literally, that scene suggests Mary survived long enough to write a complete goodbye and possibly reunite with James off-screen. Supporters say the series rarely gives neat closure, so the simplest read, Mary lived, deserves space. Others frame it as James choosing life, not proof Mary survived. The game quietly tracks behavior, health checks, time with Maria, examining certain items, to steer you toward different finales. If you play in ways that show resilience and responsibility, you get Leave. In this view, Mary's letter at the end is the finished version James can finally accept, not evidence she's alive. There are smaller clues both sides use. The fading letter in your inventory implies James has been clinging to a memory that isn't trustworthy. Either denial, she's gone, or hope, she might be okay. The boat across Toluca Lake gets read as rebirth imagery by optimists and as a funeral crossing by pessimists. The graveyard with nameplates foreshadows doom, but it can also be read as the town pushing James to confront death so he can move past it. Most fans land in the middle. Leave is James choosing a future, with Mary's presence kept alive through Laura and the letter. Whether Mary physically lived is the mystery the game refuses to lock down. Maria is a sentient construct, not just James's projection. A popular theory says Maria isn't only in James's head, She's a real, self-aware construct the town builds from his memories and desires. On the surface, Maria looks like a replacement for Mary. Same voice, similar face, different hair and attitude. But her behavior suggests more than a simple illusion. She argues with James, hides information, gets angry when he distances himself, and even shows fear of death. Those reactions feel like a person making choices, not just a mirror. Born from a Wish supports this idea. When you control Maria alone, she reads letters, meets Ernest, and questions why she exists at all. She shows curiosity and doubt that don't need James in the room. If she were only a projection, why give her private scenes where she learns things James never sees? Fans read this as proof the town compiled Maria from James's grief and longing, then let her run on her own. Her multiple deaths and returns also fit a construct theory. Each time Maria dies, the town reissues her with small changes in attitude, like a reset. She remembers some things but not all, as if a save file was loaded from an earlier point. That loop pressures James to face what he did to Mary. The town keeps spawning a near Mary until he stops chasing the copy. So Maria sits in a strange middle ground, born from James but not owned by him. She's a separate actor with limited freedom, built to push him toward the truth, someone real enough to suffer, even if her origin is anything but. Pyramid Head is a role, not a person. One of the most persistent theories is that Pyramid Head isn't just a monster, but a repeating role the town creates for whoever needs judgment. In Silent Hill 2, Pyramid Head reflects James's guilt, punishing him with the image of an executioner. But in Homecoming, Pyramid Head, or the Bogeyman, appears again, this time connected to Alex's town of Shepherd's Glen. Fans argue this means Pyramid Head isn't a unique individual, but a mask the town can put on whenever someone must face their crimes. The executioner helmet, the massive knife, the slow ritualistic movements. These are archetypal symbols of punishment, not one creature's personality. It's why his presence can shift between games while still feeling consistent. Some players reject this idea, pointing out that SH2 ties Pyramid Head so tightly to James's psyche that bringing him back elsewhere dilutes the symbolism. But the counter-argument is that Silent Hill thrives on recycling trauma into new forms. Just as the cult reuses symbols and rituals, the town reuses executioners. This theory reframes Pyramid Head less as James's shadow and more as Silent Hill's enforcer, a costume filled by the town whenever guilt has to be dragged into the light. Silent Hill chooses who sees what. A core conspiracy is that the town doesn't show everyone the same world. What you see depends on who you are and what you're carrying inside. The clearest example is Laura in Silent Hill 2. Monsters never attack her, and many rooms look normal from her point of view. She has no guilt or trauma tied to the town, so Silent Hill gives her no other world. Meanwhile, James sees twisted nurses, locked hallways, and spaces bent by his shame. We see the same idea with Heather in Silent Hill 3. Her world leans hard into cult imagery, seals, altars, rusted hospitals, because she's tied to Alessa and the Order's ritual. In Silent Hill 4, Henry mostly sees hauntings that break into his apartment because his story is about being trapped and watching harm spread from room to room. Each protagonist gets a custom filter over the same geographic place. This also explains why monsters change meaning across games. Nurses aren't a universal Silent Hill monster. They fit James's issues in SH2 and the cult hospital theme in SH3. Mannequins, abstract daddy, wall men, each reads like a personal language built from a character's fears and memories. Fans extend this to maps and layouts. When areas connect in impossible ways, like SH1's Nowhere or SH2's Shifting Labyrinth, it isn't sloppy mapping. It's the town aligning space to the person walking through it. Two people could enter the same building and get different routes. So the conspiracy isn't that Silent Hill is fake, it's that the town is adaptive. It takes the same streets and paints over them with your past, deciding what to reveal, what to hide, and what to weaponize until you crack or change. A central conspiracy in the fandom is that the radio isn't just a gameplay mechanic, it's a real tool inside the world. In Silent Hill 1, Harry finds the broken radio early, and when monsters approach, it screams with static. At first, players thought it was just a clever alarm system, but lore fans argue it's something deeper, a detector for the supernatural forces warping the town. The theory points to how the radio behaves differently across games. In SH1, it's consistent, almost scientific, like the town's energy leaks into electronics. In SH2, James never carries a radio at all, suggesting the frequency of his personal otherworld doesn't need it. The monsters are unavoidable, already part of him. In SH3, Heather's radio can be toggled off, but the static sometimes cuts even when you're safe, implying a symbolic link to Alessa's trauma. That variance leads to the conspiracy. The radio is a thin spot detector, reacting not to monsters specifically, but to unstable zones where dimensions overlap. Monsters are just one symptom of those zones. Fans back this up with other electronics acting weird. TVs, phones, even the elevator panel in SH3's Nightmare Mall. If true, the radio isn't a convenience. It's Silent Hill whispering that technology fails when reality breaks. The static isn't just warning of creatures. It's warning that the barrier between worlds is failing. Save points are wards, Halo of the Sun / seal placements as protection circles. Another fan theory says the save points themselves are canon. Not just UI markers, but actual protective wards. In Silent Hill 3, save spots take the form of the Halo of the Sun, one of the Order's major symbols. Officially, this emblem represents cycles of birth, death, and rebirth, but fans argue it's also a ritual shield, carved into the floor or walls to push back the other world long enough for Heather to rest and recover. The conspiracy deepens when you notice that save points often appear in safe zones where monsters rarely spawn. Church pews, hospital staff rooms, quiet corners of ruined malls. They feel curated, not random. It's as if the cult symbols, or perhaps Alessa's lingering will, are giving Heather brief sanctuaries inside the nightmare. In SH1, save points take the form of notepads. Fans interpret these as a metaphysical connection between Harry's thoughts and Alessa's psychic power, explaining why notes become anchors in the shifting world. SH2 complicates things. James doesn't see glowing seals, but rayed save squares. Some argue these are his personal version of the same protection, reinterpreted through his own guilt and memories. So the theory goes, whenever you save, you aren't just recording progress. You're stepping into a ritual circle that shields you, however briefly, from the endless fog. The lake takes what the town can't, Toluca as the true ritual engine. A long-standing theory says Toluca Lake is the real heart of Silent Hill's power, the place that absorbs what the streets can't hold. Across the series, crucial moments drift back to water. James rose into the fog. SH1's endings pivot around the shoreline. SH4's clippings tie disappearances to the forest and prison that feed into Toluca's basin. Fans argue the lake isn't just scenery, it's a sink for memory, guilt, and ritual fallout. Old plaques and museum notes point to executions, drownings, and industry accidents around the lake. If the Order's rites saturate the town with psychic residue, the lake functions like a reservoir, collecting the overflow. That would explain why sound and distance feel muted along Toluca's banks, and why boats, piers, and boathouses keep showing up in big turning points. When the town needs a threshold, it uses water. This lens reframes certain set pieces. James's boat crossing reads as a ritual passage whether you see leave as life or in water as surrender. SH1's late game areas near the coast feel less like random map edges and more like spillways where reality thins. Even SH3's use of sewer and drainage imagery fits. When forces build up, they flow down. Some fans tie this to the cult directly. The Order didn't just pick any town, they picked a settlement with a natural engine. Earth, fire, and blood happen in buildings. Water carries it all away and returns it when the story demands. If streets are the stage, Toluca is the trapdoor, quietly swallowing secrets, then pushing them back up as fog. SH4's Walter is the Order's manufactured weapon, not just a lone killer. On the surface, Silent Hill 4. The room frames Walter Sullivan as a deranged serial killer who believes he must complete 21 sacraments. But a big conspiracy argues Walter wasn't acting alone. He was built by the cult as a tool from the start. The theory begins with Walter's childhood at the Wish House orphanage. There, he was indoctrinated into the Order's teachings, specifically their obsession with rebirth rituals. His killings line up neatly with their practices, suggesting they used him as a controlled experiment in human sacrifice. Rather than being a rogue madman, Walter may have been groomed as a living ritual, turned into a vessel for the god. The story of his victims also supports this. Many aren't random, they're chosen to represent symbolic roles in the sacraments. That kind of mythic structuring feels less like Walter improvising and more like him following a doctrine he was taught. Fans extend this further. Walter's persistence as a ghost hints he wasn't entirely human anymore. The Order may have deliberately used him to test how far they could stretch their control over life and death. If true, Walter becomes less of a murderer and more of a prototype messiah, a corrupted saint that the cult unleashed to see if the town would bend to his will. Brookhaven and Wish House are recruitment hubs, a pipeline into the Order. Fans often treat Silent Hill's hospitals and orphanages as just backdrops, but one conspiracy theory connects them as active recruitment hubs for the Order. Take Wish House, the orphanage introduced in Silent Hill 4. On paper, it's a shelter for abandoned children. In practice, it was a front for indoctrination. Kids raised in isolation, taught cult scripture, and used for ritual prep. Walter Sullivan's story proves how far the Order pushed this, turning him into their long-term experiment. Now look at Brookhaven Hospital featured in SH2 and SH3. While not explicitly labeled as a cult base, it's loaded with references to psychological treatment, institutional secrecy, and records that tie patients to the Order. Fans argue Brookhaven served as the adult wing of the same pipeline, children funneled from Wish House into treatment, where cult-aligned doctors could manipulate trauma into obedience. This theory reframes why so many Silent Hill protagonists end up in medical settings. It's not just because hospitals are scary, it's because the Order has its roots sunk deep in healthcare and childcare, two of the most controlling social systems. The idea is that the cult didn't only prey on chosen vessels like Alessa or Heather, it cultivated entire generations of vulnerable people, grooming them into either worshippers or sacrifices. If true, Silent Hill's scariest buildings aren't just symbolic, they're the real infrastructure of a conspiracy. hiding ritual prep under the guise of care. Agony from the books is canon in the games, and how it leaks into spaces. Not every Silent Hill fan knows this, but alongside the games there are tie-in novels and guidebooks that expand on the lore. One of the most talked about elements is a concept called aglaophotis, sometimes shortened to agony in translations. It's presented as a red liquid or powder with purifying power, capable of expelling demonic influence. In Silent Hill 1, it's the substance that can save Sybil. In Silent Hill 3, it reappears as a capsule Heather uses against Claudia. The conspiracy is that this substance isn't just a plot device, it's a core rule of the Silent Hill universe. The Order treats it like a failsafe, a way to bind or undo possession when rituals spiral out of control. Some even speculate that the red seals and textures across the otherworld are visual echoes of aglaophotis, bleeding into the environment itself. Fans also link the novel's descriptions of agony as a naturally occurring mineral to the game's constant references to Silent Hill's sacred land. If the ground itself is rich with ritual minerals, then every battle, every haunting, and even the fog may trace back to the same source. So the theory isn't just that Aglaophotis is canon, it's that the town itself is saturated with it, making Silent Hill not just cursed by trauma, but chemically primed to host rituals. That would mean the cult didn't invent its power, they simply tapped into a natural resource, twisting it into religion. Mannequins and nurses are not universal monsters. Each is perspective tuned. A huge conspiracy in the fandom is that Silent Hill's monsters aren't canon creatures roaming the town. Instead, they're perspective tuned, shaped by the person seeing them. The clearest example is the nurses. In Silent Hill 2, their sexualized design reflects James's guilt and repression tied to Mary's illness. In Silent Hill 3, they still appear, but their form is different, less personal, more connected to the cult's hospital setting and Heather's inherited trauma from Alessa. Same archetype, different meaning. The mannequins back this theory up. James encounters them as twisted torsos, linked to his views of women and objectification, but no other protagonist ever fights them. They don't exist outside James's narrative. Likewise, Angela's monster, the abstract daddy, appears only in her section of SH2. It's her trauma manifesting, not a universal enemy. Fans argue this proves monsters aren't biological or even supernatural species. They're custom projections, puppets built by Silent Hill to torment individuals. That explains why Laura, a child with no guilt, sees none of them. It also explains why certain monsters vanish completely from later games. They were never meant to be permanent icons, just mirrors for one person's sins. So the conspiracy flips the usual logic. Monsters don't tell us about the town, they tell us about the person looking at them. Every design choice is a psychological fingerprint. The map itself is a lie. Space bends to psychology, nowhere as the template. One of the stranger conspiracy theories is that Silent Hill's maps aren't trustworthy. The town's geography bends to the psychology of whoever's inside it. The best example is Silent Hill 1's final area, Nowhere, which stitches together pieces of the school, hospital, and other buildings in ways that couldn't exist. It looks like sloppy design until you realize it's a template for how the town always works. Space reshapes around memory. In Silent Hill 2, James keeps finding looping hallways and rooms that don't align with the external map. In the labyrinth beneath Toluca Prison, his paper map literally rotates itself as he descends. It's not broken. He's seeing a layout that twists with his state of mind. Silent Hill 4 does the same with Henry's apartment. The holes start small, then grows until it's impossible to orient where real space ends and nightmare begins. Fans tie this to the idea of personal other worlds. Each character isn't just walking the same streets in different weather, they're walking different geometries entirely. The town uses familiar anchors, like the hospital or amusement park, then bends them into shapes that trap the person's trauma. So the theory is that Silent Hill isn't one place on a map, it's a shifting stage set, redressed each time someone with heavy guilt or pain walks in. Every locked door and impossible hallway is the town lying to you, forcing you down paths it has already chosen. Centralia is a red herring. The town's real origin is cult economics plus tragedy. A common assumption is that Silent Hill was inspired directly by Centralia, Pennsylvania. The real town abandoned after a mine fire filled its streets with smoke. And while Centralia's imagery helped with atmosphere, many fans argue it's a red herring. The conspiracy goes that Silent Hill's true roots lie in the Order's presence and exploitation of the town, not a simple industrial accident. The games drop hints that Silent Hill's sacred power was tied to the land itself. Long before Harry, James, or Heather arrive, the Order was using the area for rituals, indoctrination, and even profit. Hospitals, orphanages, and prisons weren't just civic institutions. They were infrastructure for sacrifices and experiments. Toluca Lake and its surroundings became dumping grounds for trauma, while cult-run businesses and services acted as fronts. This reading reframes the series. The smoke and fog aren't just environmental hazards, they're spiritual fallout from decades of ritual abuse layered on top of ordinary tragedy. The town didn't just become cursed by an accident, it was deliberately poisoned by the Order's long-term presence, turning Silent Hill into a convergence point of belief, suffering, and geography. So while Centralia might have been the spark for atmosphere, fans believe the games make it clear. Silent Hill isn't just a ghost town. It's a place where religion, exploitation, and history collided so violently that the land itself broke, trapping anyone unlucky enough to wander in. PT sits in the same multiverse, teaser clues that mirror SH1 to 4 rules. When PT dropped in 2014, fans quickly realized it was a Silent Hill project in disguise, but the conspiracy goes further. PT doesn't just hint at Silent Hill, it plays by the same rules as SH1 to 4, confirming it sits in the same multiverse. Clues line up everywhere. The looping hallway mirrors the shifting geometry theory from SH1's Nowhere and SH2's Labyrinth. Space itself bends with no logic except psychological tension. Lisa, the ghost who stalks the player, acts like an SH4 style haunting, attaching to you invisibly and whispering near your ear. The paper bag that speaks guilt-laced lines echoes the series' obsession with objects channeling trauma. Even the hidden photo fragments behave like SH puzzles, cryptic scavenger hunts that only make sense when stitched together. The name 7780S Studio also ties in. Fans cracked it as a pun. 7780 resembles a Japanese postal code for Shizuoka, which literally translates to Silent Hill. That means the teaser announced its lineage up front. Together, these signals suggest PT wasn't just a marketing gimmick, it was a proof of concept, showing that Silent Hill's flexible dream logic could work in first person. If the full Silent Hills had released, fans believe it would have continued the series' tradition of personal otherworlds, cult undercurrents, and guilt-driven monsters. The conspiracy takeaway: PT wasn't separate, it was Silent Hill rebuilt for a new generation, inheriting the same rules but wrapping them in modern horror design. Robbie the Rabbit as in-universe propaganda, a cute mask over a bad history. At first glance, Robbie the Rabbit looks like comic relief, a blood-smeared amusement park mascot dropped into Silent Hill's nightmare. But one conspiracy theory reframes Robbie as more than a creepy Easter egg. He's in-universe propaganda, a cheerful mask plastered over something darker. In Silent Hill 3, Robbie is everywhere in the lakeside amusement park. His lifeless stare and bloody mouth suggest violence, but he never moves. Fans argue this was deliberate. Robbie isn't meant to scare Heather. He's meant to show how the Order and the town use commercial imagery to cover up tragedy. A theme park mascot distracts from the fact that the cult's rituals and disappearances happen nearby. Later appearances in the room and spin-offs deepen this read. Robbie pops up in posters, plushies, and even advertisements like a brand that the town keeps selling even after it rots. It's not just parody. It's a statement about how trauma gets commodified. The conspiracy says Robbie isn't a character, he's a cover story. The blood hints at what lies underneath, but the smiling costume makes people forget, or pretend to forget, the truth. In other words, Robbie is Silent Hill's PR, a hollow grin in pink fur, standing over decades of ritual violence. Rebirth is the darkest canon branch. James restarts the curse on purpose. Silent Hill 2 hides a fourth ending called Rebirth, unlocked only if James gathers 4 specific ritual items, occult books, and relics tied to the Order. In this finale, James returns to Toluca Lake with Mary's body, reciting words that imply he'll try to resurrect her. On the surface, it looks like just another secret bonus. But fans argue this is the darkest possible outcome. James isn't leaving town, he's embracing its cycle. By using the Order's tools, he willingly feeds the same loop of obsession, denial, and God summoning that drove Alessa, Heather, and Walter. Instead of breaking free, he becomes a new cog in Silent Hill's machinery. The conspiracy deepens when you connect it to SH1 and SH3. If James succeeds even partially, he could be restarting the God ritual through Mary, echoing the Cheryl, Alessa, Heather cycle. That would mean SH2 isn't an isolated tragedy, but a branch point where James passes his curse forward. So while Leave offers hope and In Water offers closure, Rebirth traps Silent Hill forever. It's the town's ultimate victory, convincing a grieving man to willingly continue the ritual chain. The town itself feeds on memory. A darker conspiracy suggests Silent Hill isn't powered by gods or cult rituals at all. It's powered by memory itself. According to this theory, the town feeds on the recollections of people who enter, recycling their pain into endless loops. Alessa's torment becomes a school and hospital nightmare. James's guilt reshapes streets and hotels. Walter's childhood trauma stains Henry's apartment. Each visitor adds new memory fuel, and Silent Hill reuses it to construct future nightmares. Supporters point to how areas repeat across games. Brookhaven Hospital, Lakeside Amusement Park, even Midwich School all appear in multiple titles, sometimes altered, sometimes almost identical. The conspiracy argues these aren't the same buildings. They're memory copies rebuilt by the town out of psychic residue. When Heather sees the school, she isn't walking Alessa's halls literally. She's stepping into an echo of Alessa's memory that the town stored and replayed. This explains why the other world mutates. It isn't shifting physically, it's pulling from a library of trauma, and that's why the town never runs out of material. Every victim leaves fragments behind, willingly or not, and those fragments feed the cycle. If true, Silent Hill isn't just haunted, it's a parasite of memory, immortal because it keeps recycling the worst moments of everyone who enters. The cult might think they control it, but they're just adding more fuel to the archive. James never left town. One of the bleakest conspiracy theories argues that in Silent Hill 2, James never actually escapes in any ending. Whether you see Leave, In Water, Maria, or Rebirth, the town has already claimed him. The endings are just illusions granted to James, personalized epilogues meant to ease him into death. Fans point to the graveyard scene early in the game, where James finds open plots already marked with his name, Angela's, and Eddie's. This suggests Silent Hill had their fates written before the story even unfolded. Every path through the game leads James toward that hole. His grave is dug whether he accepts it or not. Even the endings themselves support this. Leave shows James walking out with Laura, but Laura's presence has always been strange, immune to monsters, invisible to the town's horrors. Some players think Laura represents innocence, or even the afterlife, guiding James into peace. In Water is more direct. James drives into Toluca Lake, his death unavoidable. Maria ends with her coughing, implying James's cycle will repeat. Rebirth locks him into the cult's endless loop. The conspiracy reframes the game as a death journey. Silent Hill isn't letting James choose how to live, it's letting him choose how to die. His endings aren't escape routes, they're interpretations of how he finally accepts judgment. In other words, James never left Silent Hill. The fog closed in the moment he arrived, and every ending is just the town giving him a final story to soften the truth. Heather's dreams are Alessa's leftovers. In Silent Hill 3, Heather constantly suffers from nightmares before the true horror even begins. The opening sequence throws her straight into the amusement park, echoing Alessa's trauma. A popular theory claims these aren't Heather's dreams at all, they're Alessa's leftover memories still burning inside her. This ties back to Silent Hill 1, where Alessa split her soul. Half became Cheryl, who was reborn as Heather after Harry's escape, but the other half, scarred by years of pain, never went away. According to the conspiracy, when Heather sleeps, she isn't experiencing her own subconscious. She's replaying Alessa's burned memories, which the town keeps pressing into her mind. Evidence shows up throughout the game. Heather knows places she's never visited. She reacts emotionally to cult symbols without explanation. Even Claudia seems to treat her as both Heather and Alessa at once, speaking to her like she's two people in one body. And the mirror room sequence where Heather's reflection rots away feels less like her own fear and more like Alessa's self-hatred bleeding through. This theory makes Heather's story even more tragic. She's not just a teenager caught in the Order's plans. She's the unwilling host of another girl's memories, doomed to relive pain that isn't hers every time she closes her eyes. Her dreams aren't warnings. They're echoes of a life burned away, clawing to the surface. Eddie wasn't alone. Eddie Dombrowski in Silent Hill 2 is usually read as a one-off character, a man consumed by paranoia who lashes out violently. But one conspiracy theory suggests Eddie wasn't alone. He was part of a pattern of violent visitors lured to Silent Hill under similar circumstances. Fans point to Eddie's scattered notes and the way his story echoes James's. Both men arrived in town after committing crimes tied to guilt, James with Mary's death, Eddie with his string of murders. The town reflects Eddie's issues with mocking voices and distorted bodies, just as it does for James with sexualized nurses and executioners. If Silent Hill shapes itself around each visitor, then Eddie's version of the town existed alongside James's, overlapping only when their paths crossed. This explains why Eddie seems to move through the same environments but interprets them differently. His constant muttering about being laughed at fits the theory that the town was projecting his own ridicule back at him, just as it does with James's guilt. If Eddie wasn't unique, then Silent Hill could be hosting multiple nightmares at once, parallel realities shaped for each sinner. The implication is chilling. James might not have been the only one wandering through his version of the town. Dozens, maybe hundreds of others could have been experiencing their own monsters, their own labyrinths, all layered over the same foggy streets. Eddie's tragedy may just be the only one James stumbled into. The radio is a lure, not a warning. In Silent Hill 1, Harry's broken radio becomes an essential tool. It buzzes with static whenever monsters are nearby, giving players an edge. Most treat it as a warning system, but a darker conspiracy flips the idea. The radio doesn't repel creatures, it attracts them, luring Harry into danger. Support for this theory starts with the opening hospital scene, where the radio bursts alive right before the first monster appears. Instead of protecting Harry, it acts like bait. Later in the game, static often spikes even when no monster is visible, only for one to stagger out seconds later. Fans argue this means the static is summoning them closer, not simply detecting them. There's also the symbolic layer. Radios are tools for communication, and Silent Hill loves corrupting ordinary devices into traps. What if the radio isn't tuned to monsters, but to the town itself, broadcasting signals that call things toward Harry? That would explain why later protagonists don't always rely on radios. James, Heather, and Henry don't need one because their worlds are already saturated with creatures. Harry, being the first, had to be lured deeper. The conspiracy reframes gameplay as manipulation. Harry thinks he's surviving smartly, but the town is just tightening the leash, using a crackling radio to make sure he keeps walking into monsters' arms. SH4's apartment is the true other world. In Silent Hill 4, the room, Henry Townshend is trapped inside his apartment, with a mysterious hole in the bathroom wall serving as his only escape. Most fans see the apartment as a neutral space gradually overtaken by hauntings. But one conspiracy flips the logic. The apartment isn't being invaded by the other world. It is the other world from the very beginning. Support for this theory comes from how the room behaves. The locks on the doors and windows aren't just metaphors, they're part of the trap. Henry's peephole vision, where he watches distorted events in the hallway, feels more like the warped surveillance of the other world than ordinary paranoia. As the story goes on, the apartment develops hauntings that mirror SH2's monsters, manifestations of guilt, violence, and neglect. It doesn't become the nightmare, it reveals itself as one. Walter Sullivan's ritual adds weight. His 21 sacraments revolve around apartment 302, implying the place is more than a random home. Fans argue Walter didn't taint the room. The room itself was already the ritual vessel, shaped into a pocket dimension. Henry wasn't just unlucky. He was living in the core of the other world the whole time, mistaken for a tenant when he was really a prisoner in Silent Hill's architecture. This theory turns SH4 from a haunted house story into something more terrifying. The apartment isn't invaded. It's the true face of Silent Hill, disguised as a safe space until the mask finally drops. Claudia wanted Heather to win. On the surface, Claudia in Silent Hill 3 is the main villain pushing Heather toward Godbirth. But a popular theory says Claudia actually wanted Heather to beat her because that was the only way to break the cycle Alessa suffered. Claudia adored Alessa, blamed the world for her pain, and believed rebirth would create paradise. Yet she knew how badly the Order's rituals had gone before. For this theory, Claudia's manipulation is a setup. She forces Heather to confront the cult so Heather can make a different choice than Alessa ever could. Look at how Claudia moves pieces. She targets Heather directly instead of working from the shadows. She keeps Vincent in play even though he constantly sows doubt about the order. She doesn't kill Heather when she has chances. She corners her, church, confessional, final assent, like a tutor pushing a student to the exam. When Heather finally uses Aglaophotis and rejects the god, Claudia's last act isn't to retreat. She swallows the fetus herself, basically guaranteeing the ritual collapses in the ugliest way possible. That reads less like a plan to win and more like a plan to force an end. The church's layout also supports this read. It's stacked with reminders of Alessa's suffering. School, hospital, hallways of burned memories. Claudia makes Heather walk that road, step by step, until Heather's will is stronger than the cult's script. If Claudia truly wanted a clean summoning, she wouldn't pack the path with triggers that empower Heather's resistance. So the conspiracy flips Claudia from cartoon villain to tragic believer, someone who loved Alessa so much that she built a scenario where only Heather's refusal could finally close the book, even if it meant Claudia's own ruin. Pyramid Head is modeled after James. Most fans accept Pyramid Head as a symbolic monster, but one conspiracy goes further. His very character model is based on James Sunderland himself. Modders who've explored Silent Hill 2's files have noted similarities in height, posture, and even the base rig between James and Pyramid Head. It isn't just coincidence, it's intentional mirroring. This makes sense thematically. Pyramid Head is James's executioner, the shape his guilt takes. If the developers literally use James's body as the foundation, it ties the symbolism into the game's bones. The monster is James, just twisted, armored, and stripped of humanity. His dragging great knife could even echo James's subconscious need to punish himself, carrying a burden he can never put down. Cutscenes back this theory too. Pyramid Head moves with the same deliberate pace as James, almost trudging through fog instead of sprinting like other monsters. When he attacks, his motions are heavy and human, not animalistic. The idea is that James isn't just seeing a Punisher, he's seeing himself as Punisher, reenacting judgment over and over. If true, this conspiracy blurs the line between James and his monster. Pyramid Head isn't only haunting him, it's his shadow body, walking the town alongside him, carrying out the sentence James already passed on himself. That's why Pyramid Head kills Maria again and again. It's James punishing his own desire until he finally admits the truth. Silent Hill is cyclical. Every protagonist repeats archetypes. A popular theory says Silent Hill runs on loops. New games bring new characters, but they keep falling into the same roles over and over, like the town is recycling the script with fresh faces. Fans usually point to four core archetypes: the seeker, someone drawn to town by a loss or a message. That's Harry in SH1, James in SH2, and even Travis in Origins. They chase an answer, and the town customizes the nightmare to match. The vessel, a person carrying the town's project inside them. Alessa in SH1 and Heather in SH3 are the clearest. The Order treats them as containers for God birth. In another way, Walter in SH4 becomes a vessel for a ritual made human. The Witness, someone who sees but can't fix it. Laura in SH2, Douglas in SH3, and Eileen in SH4 sit near the center of events without getting full control. They remind us the town's rules don't apply equally to everyone. The enforcer, the judge, that shows up when a character refuses to face the truth. Pyramid Head is the poster child, but SH4's hauntings act the same way. punishment that escalates until the target breaks. The loop theory explains why locations and themes repeat without feeling random. The town isn't stuck, it's resetting the same pattern with different people until somebody makes a different choice. It also helps explain why endings feel like variations on fate. Break the cycle and you leave, fail and you sink. Lake, fire, ritual, stall, and you get stuck in a side branch like rebirth. Seen this way, Silent Hill isn't telling separate stories. It's one long rerun where the roles keep getting recast until someone finally stops the pattern. PT proves Silent Hill is global. One of the boldest fan conspiracies argues that PT confirms Silent Hill isn't bound to its small lakeside town anymore. It can spread anywhere. In earlier games, the curse felt contained, rooted in Toluca Lake, the Order, and the history of Alessa. But PT takes place in a generic suburban home, thousands of miles from Silent Hill, with no mention of the cult. Yet the rules are the same: looping space, guilt-driven hauntings, and a ghost that functions just like Silent Hill's manifestations. The theory goes that PT was meant to show Silent Hill evolving from a localized curse to a global one. The other world isn't tied to a single community. It's an infection of trauma that can replicate anywhere human suffering exists. If the full Silent Hills had been made, fans speculate it would have expanded on this idea, showing multiple households, families, or even entire cities consumed. Supporting this are the subtle callbacks to the main series. Lisa, the ghost in PT, shares a name with Lisa Garland from SH1, suggesting archetypes can repeat outside the original town. The bloody fridge, looping halls, and unexplainable whispers work like a portable otherworld, proving the curse doesn't need cult symbols or sacred land to manifest. If true, this theory makes Silent Hill more terrifying than ever. It's not a cursed town you can avoid. It's a universal parasite of grief and guilt, waiting in every home, ready to bloom. Silent Hill has always been more than just a horror series. It's a place layered with symbolism, hidden developer details, and forgotten trivia buried in the fog. Tonight, we'll go through 100 obscure facts about Silent Hill, details that even longtime fans may have missed. Let's begin. The dog ending almost didn't exist. One of the most famous endings in Silent Hill 2 is the dog ending, where James discovers a Shiba Inu was behind everything. But the joke was nearly cut from the game. Developers revealed in interviews that it started as a casual gag among staff, never intended to be made. Yet, its popularity during internal testing convinced the team to leave it in. What's most obscure is that the dog in the ending is actually modeled after a developer's own pet. Fans joke that this makes the dog canonically part of Silent Hill's creator team. The Air Screamers' origins. The Air Screamers, the winged enemies in Silent Hill 1, were actually designed from sketches of bats and pterodactyls, but the development notes show that Team Silent also wanted them to evoke a crying infant, with their shrill calls layered from distorted baby sounds. This detail was later confirmed in a Japanese design book, though it's rarely discussed in English fandom circles. Silent Hill 2's fog trick. The famous thick fog in Silent Hill 2 was partly a technical solution. The PS2 couldn't render the entire town at once without dropping performance, so fog was used to hide draw distance limitations. But Team Silent leaned into the limitation and turned it into an atmosphere-building feature. Ironically, the hardware struggle gave Silent Hill its most iconic aesthetic. Heather's real-world name origin. In Silent Hill 3, the protagonist Heather Mason was almost named Helen. Early drafts of the script used this placeholder, but developers changed it because they wanted something softer, more youthful. Heather was chosen because it felt both natural and symbolic. Heather is a plant that thrives in harsh conditions, reflecting Heather Mason's resilience in a world designed to break her. Pyramid Head's real inspiration. While many assume Pyramid Head was directly based on medieval executioners, Team Silent has confirmed that his design also came from Francis Bacon's paintings, especially two figures. The distorted, faceless forms in Bacon's work influenced Pyramid Head's unsettling proportions. His giant triangular helmet was meant to represent both a burden and a tool of punishment, tying into James Sunderland's guilt. The result is a creature that feels symbolic as much as it is terrifying. Unused UFO ending files. The Silent Hill series is known for its joke UFO endings, but fans discovered unused files in the first game, suggesting that Team Silent had planned for multiple alien models. The final UFO cutscene uses a single, generic alien, but data-mined assets show variations with different head sizes and suits. These designs never appeared in-game, raising questions about how large the original gag ending was supposed to be. The school's horror connection. The Midwich Elementary School in Silent Hill 1 wasn't just inspired by American schools. Its hallways and layout strongly resemble those in the film Kindergarten Cop, 1990. Team Silent used reference photos from that movie because they wanted an authentic American school design. The twist? This innocent reference point was warped into one of the most terrifying levels in survival horror: Laura's unique immunity. In Silent Hill 2, Laura is the only character who isn't attacked by monsters. Developers explain this by stating she is pure, free of guilt or trauma, but data from the game reveals something fascinating. Monsters don't even have AI triggers coded for her. To the game's code, Laura is invisible, reinforcing the lore idea that she is untouched by the darkness of Silent Hill. Silent Hill 4's ghosts were originally different. The terrifying ghosts in Silent Hill 4, the room, were originally designed to be fully interactive enemies. Early builds show them walking with normal animations and attacking in more complex ways. But Team Silent decided they were too difficult to balance, so the final design made them invincible, floating specters instead. This change accidentally made them scarier. Players couldn't fight back, only endure. James' original character concept. In early development of Silent Hill 2, James Sunderland wasn't James at all. Concept art shows him as an older, rugged man with a military look. The team later reworked him into an ordinary, almost unremarkable figure. This was deliberate. They wanted players to feel like James could be anyone, a blank slate hiding dark secrets. His everyman appearance makes the later revelations about his past hit much harder. Silent Hill's use of real sound samples. One reason the games feel so unsettling is Akira Yamaoka's sound design. He used real industrial and mechanical samples, things like subway brakes screeching, metal dragging across concrete, and even slowed down pig squeals, to create the monster sound effects. In interviews, Yamaoka explained that he wanted the sounds to feel familiar but wrong, making players uneasy without realizing why. Shattered Memories psychological test. Silent Hill Shattered Memories opens with a psychological profile test. What most players didn't realize is that the answers actively shape the game's world, not just dialogue, but monster designs, clothing, and even level details. For example, answering with more open, sexual choices would make the monsters more suggestive in design. This mechanic blurred the line between player and character, making each playthrough unique. Angela's Fire in SH2. Angela's encounters in Silent Hill 2 are some of the most haunting, and her final scene shows her walking into a staircase engulfed in flames. While the fire seems supernatural, it wasn't random. Team Silent confirmed it was meant to represent Angela's view of the world. Everything consumed by fire, a symbol of her personal trauma. This is why James sees it as she does. Silent Hill bends reality to reflect trauma. The origin of the radio static. The crackling radio static in Silent Hill 1, warning players of nearby monsters, wasn't in the game's earliest builds. It was added later because playtesters felt overwhelmed when enemies attacked without warning. What's fascinating is that this mechanic, born as a balancing fix, became one of the series' most iconic features, blending gameplay and atmosphere seamlessly. How SH2 decides your ending. Silent Hill 2 doesn't just give you endings based on big choices, it quietly tracks how you play. The game monitors dozens of tiny behaviors and uses them to decide whether you get leave, in water, Maria, or rebirth. Examples: frequently checking your health but keeping it low nudges you toward in water. Staring at the knife in your inventory or examining Mary's letter often also pulls you that way. Spending time near Maria, protecting her, and visiting her at the hospital pushes Maria. Doing optional steps like collecting the 4 special items and using the boat row trick unlocks rebirth in later releases. The point is, SH2 reads your mindset through play. Cling to life and distance yourself from death, and you're more likely to leave. Hover around reminders of guilt and pain, and the game assumes James is spiraling. It's one of the earliest horror games where normal habits like menu checks and who you stand next to shape the ending as much as story flags. PT's Ghost on Your Back trick. In PT, Lisa isn't just popping in for jump scares. She literally attaches behind the player's camera during certain loops. Data miners and camera hacks showed that when footsteps echo or the shadow looks off, Lisa is riding the player's shoulder just out of view. That's why you hear breathing close to your ear and see weird shadow shapes that don't match your model. The design sells the idea that you're never alone, even when the hall looks empty. It also explains the infamous baby laugh steps and mic moments. Small triggers stack a hidden counter while Lisa stalks you, then the radio/phone beat locks in. PT being a playable teaser for a cancelled Silent Hills project means these tricks are all we'll ever officially experience from that team up, but the techniques shaped how later indie horror games handle proximity audio, invisible pursuers, and looping spaces. It's a masterclass in making players feel hunted without showing the hunter. Mark of Samael wasn't Samael. In Silent Hill 1, fans called the symbol appearing around town the Mark of Samael. Later material clarified that this was a misunderstanding in-universe. What we're actually seeing is tied to the seal of Metatron and other ritual icons, not a literal stamp from Samael. The mislabel stuck because characters in SH1 used the wrong term, and early guidebooks repeated it. Silent Hill 3 pokes at this confusion by reusing the symbol in different contexts and pointing at Metatron as a protective be neutral force depending on usage. In short, the cult's iconography is messy on purpose. The same shape can be drawn with different intent, protection, control, or channeling power, so fans who treat the Mark of Samael like a single, fixed evil sign are missing the series' bigger point. Silent Hill's symbols reflect who's using them and why. That's why the same geometry can seal, summon, or mislead across different games and endings. SH4's apartment hauntings change your ending. In Silent Hill 4, the room, the apartment is basically a second character, Midway through the game, it starts filling with hauntings, bleeding walls, ghostly photos, haunted toys, and more. These aren't just spooky effects. Leave them unchecked, and they hurt you over time, and they also influence your ending. You can cleanse many of them with holy candles or saint medallions, but if you ignore the apartment for too long, your maximum health and safety drop. Meanwhile, Eileen's condition matters. The more damage she takes, and the more you let hauntings persist, the worse her state becomes. In the final area, her walking speed toward the machine signals how close you are to bad outcomes. Manage hauntings well, protect Eileen, and you open the door to better endings. Neglect them, and you're nudged toward bad or worst outcomes. It's one of the first times a horror game turned your home base into a slow burn, score-like system affecting finale quality. Saving Sybil with red medicine, a big secret in Silent Hill 1. Sybil doesn't have to die in the carousel fight. Players can save her using a red liquid known as aglaophotis, found by triggering the Kaufman side quest. If you bring the glass bottle to the motel, recover the vial, and hold onto it, you can splash Sybil during the boss possession and free her. This changes dialogue later and slightly shifts the tone of Harry's journey. The deeper detail, Aglaophotis isn't a random name. It's a reference to real-world occult lore. The term shows up in older texts and was borrowed by the game to sell the cult's ritual vibe. Silent Hill reuses the concept in later entries in different forms, sometimes as a powder or tablet, so veteran players watch for any red antidote-like item when possession themes show up. Saving Sybil is one of the most satisfying payoffs for doing optional exploration in the original game. The Red Devil Easter egg in SH1. In Silent Hill 1, there's an unused texture buried in the files that fans call the Red Devil. It's a crude drawing of a horned figure with glowing eyes, never seen in normal gameplay. Some believe it was a developer in-joke, while others think it was an early concept for the cult's deity. It was never explained by Team Silent, making it one of the strangest early leftovers in the series code. Akira Yamaoka's role expanded over time. Akira Yamaoka wasn't originally hired as the composer for Silent Hill 1. He came on as a sound designer, but when the original composer left, Yamaoka stepped up. His unique blend of industrial noise and haunting melodies defined the entire series. Without that chance shift, Silent Hill's soundscape might have been completely different. Eileen's injuries are permanent in SH4. In Silent Hill 4, The Room, Eileen Galvin takes damage throughout the game, and her condition directly affects the ending. What's obscure is that her injuries cannot be fully healed. Items can slow the damage, but scars remain. Developers designed her this way to make the player feel constant responsibility, amplifying the sense of dread as she stumbles closer to the final battle. Silent Hill 3's Mirror Room almost got cut. One of the most famous moments in Silent Hill 3 is the Mirror Room, where Heather's reflection becomes corrupted. According to interviews, the sequence was nearly cut because it didn't involve combat or puzzles. But developers fought to keep it in, knowing the unease of watching Heather's reflection rot in silence would become one of the game's most unforgettable scares. Unused boss in SH2's files. Data miners found unused assets in Silent Hill 2 for a boss fight that never appears. The files suggest an enemy that shared animations with the flesh lips, but scaled much larger, possibly intended for a unique arena battle. Why it was scrapped remains unknown, but the leftover data adds to SH2's aura of mystery, proof that even unused nightmares linger in the code. Mary's letter quietly disappears. SH2. One of Silent Hill 2's smartest details is so subtle many players miss it. Mary's letter fades away. Early on, the letter looks readable in your inventory. As the story pushes James to accept what really happened, the texture becomes blurrier, then turns into a blank sheet. The description text also shifts, dropping certainty and leaning into doubt. It's not a cut scene telling you the truth, it's your menu doing it. The item you've clung to as proof slowly stops backing you up. This ties into how SH2 judges your behavior for endings. Hovering on items tied to guilt, like the knife or letter, nudges certain outcomes. The fading letter is perfect. SH2 design, small, quiet, and aligned with theme. On a first playthrough, most players assume it's always been unreadable. On replays, you notice the timing lines up with James's unraveling. It's environmental storytelling hidden in plain sight, inside the UI, showing how the game treats inventory as part of the narrative, not just storage. The graveyard that spoils the plot SH2. In the prison graveyard area of Silent Hill 2, there's a row of open graves already dug with nameplates. 3 of the names are James, Angela, and Eddie. The scene plays so fast that many players just keep moving, but it's a quiet spoiler. The town has already prepared their fates. The graves also underline a core idea in SH2. Each character is already carrying their own ending when they arrive. James is literally standing over a hole with his name on it before his biggest confessions. Angela's grave sits there like a final stop on a road she's been on for years. Eddie's is a blunt sign that denial can't outrun consequence. It's not a boss arena or a puzzle. It's a mood piece that foreshadows everything without a line of dialogue. The town doesn't threaten them with monsters here. It just shows the holes and weights. Players who notice it on a first run feel a strange chill. On a second run, it lands harder. This was always where the story was heading. SH3's Magical Girl mode isn't just a costume. Silent Hill 3 hides one of the series' funniest twists. Heather's Magical Girl outfit isn't only cosmetic. Equip the right costume and Heather can fire the sexy beam / Heather beam, a sparkly ranged attack that wipes enemies with over-the-top visual effects. It started as a staff gag but shipped as a real unlock, complete with unique animations and sound cues. The joke works because it clashes with SH3's heavy themes while still feeling oddly right for Heather's personality, tough, sarcastic, and willing to take any edge she can get. The beam also changes combat pacing, letting skilled players route sections in goofy, speedrun-friendly ways. On top of that, SH3 includes a bunch of password-based costumes tied to magazines, promo sites, and region quirks, an old-school approach to secrets that rewarded fans paying attention outside the game. It's a reminder that Team Silent mixed bleak storytelling with playful extras, and those extras sometimes reframe the horror by letting you stomp nightmares in glitter and light for a few minutes before the next disturbing hallway. The rebirth ending is a hidden ritual. Beyond Leave in Water and Maria, Silent Hill 2 hides a fourth route, Rebirth. It isn't tied to your minute-to-minute behavior. Instead, you collect 4 ritual items across the game and then trigger the ending on a subsequent run. The items are tied to occult texts and relics, like the Book of Crimson Ceremony and White Chrism, hinting at a resurrection rite. The final scene suggests James plans to bring Mary back by returning to the lake with those artifacts, an ending that opens the door to darker interpretations of his denial. Mechanically, it's one of the earliest examples of a prestige-style new game plus payoff in a horror game. Not just harder enemies or a bonus weapon, but an entirely different conclusion that recontextualizes James. It also set a template for secret finales in later entries, and inspired other horror titles to hide major narrative branches behind collectible-driven runs rather than straightforward dialogue choices. Silent Hill's street names are horror Easter eggs. Walk the streets in Silent Hill 2 and look at the signs. Many roads are named after real horror authors. Fans point out nods to Richard Matheson, Dean Koontz, and Stephen King's pseudonym Richard Bachman. These aren't random labels. They're a quiet thank you to the genre's foundations, and a signal for what kind of storytelling SH2 is chasing. Psychological dread and moral knots rather than just monsters jumping out of alleys. The references also help sell the town as a real place with a literary culture, not just a game map. It's a tiny detail most players blow past while running from enemies, but once you see it, you can't unsee it. The map becomes a bookshelf. Pair that with other subtle references like paintings, plaque text, and museum descriptions, and Silent Hill feels curated, built by people who read the same stories that shape the series' tone. It's world building through street signs, and it works. Origins alternate opening. Silent Hill Origins almost started with a completely different sequence. Early concept notes show Travis finding a car crash victim rather than Alessa at the fire. Developers later shifted it back to Alessa to tie Origins directly into SH1's story. The scrapped idea would have made Travis's entry into Silent Hill less supernatural and more grounded, but it risked disconnecting the game from the larger mythos. The creepy mannequin detail. Mannequins in Silent Hill 2 look like legless torsos, a strange enough design on its own. What's obscure is that the sound they make when first attacked is sampled from Angela's voice actor. The monster's ties to sexuality, abuse, and Angela's trauma are reflected directly in their audio. It's one of the clearest examples of how Team Silent bakes symbolic meaning into both visuals and sound design. PT's real estate inspiration. While PT is famously a hallway loop, the layout isn't random. It's modeled after a typical Japanese one-room mansion apartment, stretched into a Western-style suburban home. Kojima's team wanted players to feel trapped in a familiar domestic space. This contrast, everyday architecture becoming a nightmare, was part of what made the teaser so unsettling. SH3's unused Ghost NPC. Data miners found evidence of an unused ghostly character in Silent Hill 3. The texture resembles a shadowy woman with no face, possibly tied to Heather's otherworld sequences. While never implemented, it suggests Team Silent considered adding a non-combatant spectral figure similar to SH4's ghosts years earlier. The drowning ending foreshadowing. In SH2's In Water Ending, James drives into the lake. What most players miss is that the game foreshadows this choice visually. The Toluca Lake background art in some save screens includes rippling water overlays, a rare animated menu element. It's subtle, but it sets a tone for players leaning toward the darker resolution. Born from a Wish was a late add SH2. The Maria side story, Born from a Wish, didn't exist in the original PS2 release in some regions. It was added later, included with the Xbox/Director's Cut builds. The team created it to give Maria her own arc, and to answer a fan-facing question: what is Maria beyond James's viewpoint? The scenario's mansion setting, Ernest Baldwin, and the quiet letters emphasize a different tone, more confession than chase. Small touches reinforce that Maria is assembled out of desire and grief. The way she repeats phrases, the way rooms feel staged for a conversation she can't finish. It also seeds imagery that feeds back into the main game: mirrors, stairwells, and a lingering sense of being made for someone else. For many players, Born from a Wish reframes Maria not as a plot twist, but as a person who knows she's a stand-in, trying to hold on anyway. The halo of the sun isn't just a save icon, SH3. In Silent Hill 3, the halo of the sun shows up at save points, but it isn't a generic logo. It's a cult emblem with layered meanings that shift by context, protection, judgment, and channeling power. The series plays with that ambiguity on purpose. Heather uses it safely to mark progress, yet the same mark appears in places tied to the Order's rituals. That mixed usage is part of Silent Hill's trick. Symbols don't have a single fixed meaning. The seal of Metatron and the halo of the sun often get conflated in fan talk, but SH3 deliberately lets them blur, sometimes a ward, sometimes a key, sometimes a threat. Seeing it under your feet at a save spot is a tiny joke from Team Silent. You're stepping into a ritual circle every time you hit save, trusting it will protect your run. The Great Knife changes how you move, SH2. Pyramid Head's Great Knife isn't just a trophy weapon. When James picks it up, the game quietly shifts your movement model. Walk speed drops, turn speed drags, and stamina feels like it's being chewed up. Attacks are devastating but slow, with long recovery that can get you punished in tight spaces. Even the swing arcs matter, clearing low enemies versus risking whiffs in hallways. The sound design sells the weight. Every drag and lift is a reminder that James is carrying something he probably shouldn't. Many players grab it for the spectacle, then stash it because it turns exploration into a slog. That friction is thematic. Power in Silent Hill comes with a cost, and the knife literally burdens you while inviting you to use it anyway. Mannequins were built from just legs. The mannequin enemies in Silent Hill 2 look simple, two lower halves fused together, but the design came from a creepy, practical idea. Legs are the part people notice first in storefront mannequins. Masahiro Ito leaned into that fixation and stripped away everything else. The result is an enemy that reads instantly. You recognize the shape, but feels wrong. It moves like something with joints in the wrong places. Their first appearance in the apartments near Maria ties them to themes of desire and objectification without any lecture, just placement and motion. Audio completes the effect. Close, breathy textures and muffled thuds make them feel like props that woke up. Few monsters in the series feel so low-tech on paper, yet so unsettling in practice. SH3 kills you in the intro on purpose. Silent Hill 3 opens at the lakeside amusement park with monsters already swarming. You can swing, run, even score hits, but the scene is built to end with Heather's death. It's a scripted loss that snaps into the waking up in the diner moment, telling you the game's rules before you even know them. This world decides outcomes, not you. The roller coaster sequence hammers it home, tracks above, alarms blaring, movement you can't fully control. Players often try to win the opener on replays, only to learn it's there to teach tone, not grant victory. Later, when you return to the park for real, all the set dressing makes new sense. The dream wasn't random, it was a map you'd have to face awake. Silent Hill loves to foreshadow like this, show the ending first, then dare you to walk back into it. Abstract Daddy was built like a bed. Masahiro Ito has said the abstract Daddy was designed around the shape of a bed frame, metal bars, pressed fabric, and a trapped form, so the monster reads as a warped piece of furniture as much as a creature. That's why its silhouette looks boxed in, and why its movements feel like something pushing up from under a mattress. The design ties directly to Angela's story without spelling it out. You meet it in a cramped room that looks more like a private nightmare than a boss arena. Nothing in the UI tells you what it is. The space and the model do the talking. It's a good example of how SH2 turns environment, animation, and object shapes into storytelling, so the horror lands even if you skip every optional memo. How to trigger SH1's UFO ending for real. The UFO ending in Silent Hill 1 isn't just a joke cutscene, it's a proper route you have to set up. You need to be on Next Sphere, New Game Plus, and pick up the channeling stone from the convenience store. Use it at several specific spots: school roof, hospital roof, the motel parking area, etc. before finishing the run. Do it correctly, and the aliens show up to wrap the story. The ending reappears as a tradition throughout the series, but SH1's setup is the most involved, less of a random gag, more of a secret quest that teaches you Silent Hill's tone. Deadly serious stories, with room for weird, fourth wall humor if you dig deep enough. SH2's puzzles change by difficulty, not just numbers. In Silent Hill 2, setting riddle difficulty to easy, normal, hard doesn't only change a code, it often swaps the entire riddle text. The coin puzzle, the box/hair puzzle, the book/library hints, and more get new poems or clues that point to different logic. That's why guides sometimes don't match your game. The wording you read might be for another riddle tier. It's a small design choice with a big effect. Repeat playthroughs stay fresh, and you feel like the town is shifting its rules each time you return. Robbie, the rabbit, she moves. That's the point. Robbie the rabbit, the pink mascot you see in Silent Hill 3 and later games, almost never animates in front of you. He just sits and rides, leans on rails, or stares with a blank, blood-smeared mouth in promo art. The stillness is intentional. Team Silent understood that a mascot that refuses to react can feel creepier than a chasing enemy. Over time, Robbie became a series mascot for the fan base. Merch, cameos, and posters. Yet in the games he's mostly set dressing, reminding you that cheerful branding doesn't make the park safe. The horror is in how normal he acts while everything else collapses. Silent Hill's author street names start in SH1. Fans notice Silent Hill 2's Writer Roads, but the tradition begins in SH1. Bachman Road nods to Stephen King's pen name Richard Bachman. You'll also find Elroy, James Elroy, and Levin, Ira Levin. These aren't random picks. They set the series vibe right away: crime, paranoia, domestic fear, and moral rot. When SH2 continues the idea with more names, it feels like the town itself was built on a library of horror and noir. It's subtle world building, a map that quietly tells you which kinds of stories shape the place you're about to get lost in. The labyrinth map that rotates itself. In Silent Hill 2, the underground labyrinth doesn't just confuse you with ladders and dead ends. James's map actually rotates as you explore. Each descent shifts the orientation 90 degrees, so what looked like north suddenly becomes west. It's an old school trick to scramble your sense of direction without cheap teleports. Players who compare screenshots notice the hand-drawn hallways twist between visits, as if James can't keep the layout straight in his head. The effect is subtle, but it sells the theme that spaces in Silent Hill bend to the mind of the person walking through them. Even speedrunners who know the route still feel the mental slide the first time they realize the map isn't lying, it's recording James's changing perspective. SH3's hospital is a memory echo of SH2. Silent Hill 3's Brookhaven Hospital feels different, but if you overlay floor plans with SH2's version, you'll catch reused geometry and mirrored room placement. Team, Silent didn't copy-paste lazily. They leaned into the idea that Silent Hill reuses real locations as memory echoes. When Heather hits the other world, the overlap becomes a design statement. Same bones, new nightmare. It's why longtime players get deja vu in certain corridors or nurse stations. The hall widths, door spacing, and corner turns line up just enough to trigger memory. The team treated level design like recurring dreams. Layouts repeat, details mutate, meaning changes. Nowhere is built from pieces of everywhere SH1. The endgame area in Silent Hill 1, Nowhere, is literally a collage of places you've already visited. Dev tools show it was assembled from chunks of the school, hospital, and civic buildings, then stitched together with new transitions. That's why room names, keys, and puzzles feel familiar but wrong. It's the town remixing spaces from Harry's journey into a single personal nightmare. The design lines up with the story twist. This isn't a separate location so much as a mental construct. You're walking through a scrapbook of trauma where doors connect rooms that should be miles apart. Frank Sunderland's quiet link. In Silent Hill 4, the room, the apartment superintendent is Frank Sunderland, a surname SH2 fans recognize. He even mentions his son who went fishing on Toluca Lake and had a hard time, a soft nod toward James Sunderland without spelling it out. It's one of the series' cleanest cross-game ties. Not a cameo, not a retcon, just a throwaway line that says these stories share a world. SH4 uses that connection to color the mood of South Ashfield. Ordinary hallways that back up against Silent Hill's history, like the town's shadows stretch farther than its borders. SH2's cemetery introduction is scripted subtlety. At the very start of Silent Hill 2, James meets Angela in a cemetery. What's easy to miss is that the graveyard already has freshly dug graves, foreshadowing not only Angela's path but James's own. The encounter also sets tone quietly. Angela is evasive, disoriented, and almost a mirror of James himself. Instead of a tutorial fight, the game's tutorial is a conversation in a graveyard, showing that this story won't be about monsters first, but about broken people walking into the fog. SH2 quietly sets up SH4, Walter, Wish House, Toluca. Inside the Silent Hill Historical Society in SH2, you can read clippings about Walter Sullivan, the Wish House orphanage, and disappearances tied to the Forest and Toluca prison. At the time, most players treated these as background flavor. Later, Silent Hill 4, the room revealed they were foreshadowing. Walter becomes the central figure. Wish House and the cult's indoctrination matter, and Toluca connects the prison mythology across games. Team Silent used the museum as a lore warehouse, quietly laying track for the next entry without any "look at this" signposting. It's part of why SH2's world feels bigger than James's story. You're walking past headlines for another nightmare you won't fully face until the sequel. That subtle cross-game setup also explains why fans still comb the Historical Society. It proved that even throwaway plaques can be roadmaps. Shattered memories let you call real phone numbers. Silent Hill, Shattered Memories fills Harry's phone with contacts and numbers scattered across posters, doors, and ads. Many of those numbers actually work in-game. When you dial them, you get recorded voicemails, automated services, or creepy customer support lines that deepen the town's backstory. Some calls are practical, clues for locks or business addresses. Others are pure atmosphere, lost and found lines with unsettling messages. The trick sells the idea that Silent Hill is a closed system. Even when you reach someone, you never escape the town's echo chamber. Paired with the psychological profile that reshapes visuals and enemies, the phone turns exploration into a modern scavenger hunt, less about inventory keys and more about information you pull from the environment, one voicemail at a time. SH3's subway and the "you really can get hit" moment in Silent Hill 3. The subway sequence looks like a standard corridor run until you learn the tracks aren't just decoration. If you drop down in the wrong spot or linger too long, the train will actually hit you, complete with a brutal cutaway. It's an uncommon gotcha because the series usually punishes you through monsters, not set piece timing. The moment works as a tone check. Silent Hill will kill you in ways that feel mundane: a train, a fall, right alongside the occult dangers. Players who've been sprinting through early areas often slow down after this, reading signs and watching for environmental tells. The subway gently teaches the rule that nothing in SH3's world is harmless just because it's ordinary. SH2's hidden gear, chainsaw and hyperspray colors. Silent Hill 2 hides a chainsaw near the starting forest path on repeat playthroughs. You'll hear a distant rev, grab it, and you get a high damage, high commitment weapon that changes how you route early fights. Even more curious is the hyperspray, a new game plus reward whose color changes based on your final rank. Green, blue, purple, or red, the best. Each color tweaks power and effects like stun, poison-like behavior, turning a novelty item into a mini score attack badge. These extras are a peek at Team Silent's design philosophy. Reward multiple runs with toys that don't break the mood but let veterans style their replays. It's also why speedrunners and challenge players keep coming back. Route planning with chainsaw/hyperspray turns the same streets into a different game. The Gray Child was changed for Western releases. In the original Silent Hill 1 Japanese build, the small, childlike enemies in the school are the Gray Children, short humanoids with knives and a disturbing shuffling attack. For Western releases, ratings concerns led to a swap. Many versions replace them with a taller creature commonly called the Mumbler. The school still uses childlike silhouettes in some cut assets, but the in-game enemy is altered. The change is subtle if you haven't seen both versions, yet it shifts the tone of Midwich Elementary a lot. With Gray Children, the school feels like a direct nightmare of innocence turned violent. With Mumblers, it reads more like generic monsters in a school. It's one of the earliest examples of Silent Hill changing content per region, and it's why screenshots and enemy names sometimes don't match across guides. Why fans still debate the HD collection SH2/SH3. The Silent Hill HD collection looked like a simple upgrade, but it changed more than resolution. The port rebuilt fog and lighting with different tech, which accidentally revealed distant geometry the original fog was hiding. That hurt mood and depth cues. Streets looked empty instead of swallowed by mist. Some audio was swapped or re-recorded, notably voice tracks, and a few timing-based scares drifted because frame pacing and particle behavior differed. Konami later added a classic voices toggle on PS3, but it didn't fix the core rendering changes. The result is two valid but very different reads of the same scenes. The originals lean on heavy fog and crunchy ambience to keep the town claustrophobic. The HD builds feel clearer but less oppressive. For newcomers, the collection is convenient. For longtime fans, those tiny technical differences change how dread lands, especially in SH2, where distance and sound design quietly push you towards certain emotions and endings. Why Silent Hill's nurses look the way they do. The nurse design isn't just spooky hospital staff. In SH2, their look ties directly to James's mindset: medical guilt, sexual confusion, and fear, so the costume, posture, and jerky animation reflect his personal mess more than any one villain. The face coverings keep them unreadable, which is cheaper to render but also scarier. You can't make eye contact, so you project your own fears onto them. In SH3, the nurses return, but they shift to fit Heather's world. Still unnerving, but framed less as James' private symbol, and more as the Order's twisted space. The audio sells it. Wet shoe squeaks, clipped heels, and that choking cough loop that feels half human, half machine. Small placement choices do a lot of work. Long hallways, bright doors at the far end, and tight corners that force you to brush past them. They're memorable not because they chase fast, but because the games trap you in everyday hospital shapes that suddenly feel wrong. The hair in the box puzzle and why it works. The hospital box puzzle stacks multiple locks and asks you to open a small case that's empty until you realize you need hair to reach a key down a drain. It's a strange, low-tech answer in a world of monsters. Players remember it because the solution feels gross and personal. You braid hair with a hook to fish the key, then unlock an item that pushes the story forward. The riddle texts change with riddle difficulty, but the punchline is the same. Your brain jumps between poetry, numbers, and then this tactile, oh, of course, moment. SH2 rarely shouts its symbolism, yet this puzzle still fit the theme, pulling something important out of a dark, unreachable place using a piece of a human body. Its quiet body, horror turned into a logic problem, and it lands without cutscenes or lore dumps, just the player, a drain, and a memory you won't forget on your second run. SH4's red handprints are a counter you can miss. In Silent Hill 4, the room, the red handprints you see in certain areas aren't random texture dressing. They work like a progress and warning counter for Walter's murders. As the story advances, more prints appear, usually in places you backtrack through, so the apartment hub and nearby spots feel like they're keeping score against you. The prints pair with other subtle systems. Hauntings ramp up, Eileen's injuries worsen, and Henry's safe place stops being safe. Players who sprint past details can beat the game without realizing those marks were forecasting the end game, but if you're watching for them, the handprints become their own mini HUD, telling you the ritual is moving whether you're ready or not. It's a smart way to keep tension rising during the escort half without extra UI. Your world just stains itself, one step at a time. The apartment closet scare only happens on New Game Plus. One of Silent Hill 3's nastiest jump scares is missable. On Next Fear, New Game Plus, if you return to Heather's apartment and check the closet, you can trigger a sudden, loud scare that doesn't exist on a first run. It's short and simple, but it reprograms how you treat home areas in Silent Hill. After that, players stop trusting the safe spaces they thought they understood. The gag also shows how Team Silent used replays to keep veterans off balance. The world isn't just harder, it's different. By hiding a unique scare behind New Game Plus, SH3 rewards curiosity and reminds you that this series loves to mess with expectations. Even speedrunners and longtime fans still flinch when it hits, because the setup feels calm and domestic right up to the split second where it doesn't. SH2's prison has real-world roots. Toluca Prison in Silent Hill 2 is loosely modeled after old Pennsylvania prisons, especially Eastern State Penitentiary. The long corridors, open cells, and panopticon-style layouts reflect real 19th century designs meant for surveillance and isolation. Team Silent borrowed this structure to sell the idea that James was walking through a system built for punishment as much as containment. Heather's closet scene can kill you. In Silent Hill 3, if you linger too long in the mirror room with Heather's reflection rotting, you'll eventually die without warning. The screen turns fully corrupted. Heather clutches her head, and the game cuts to black. It's not a combat death, but a psychological one. Most players never let it run long enough to see. SH4's apartment window, peepers. Henry's apartment in Silent Hill 4 has a subtle scare. Sometimes, if you look out the window at the right moment, you'll see figures standing still in the distance. They don't move or interact, they just watch. It's a tiny detail that makes you realize the hauntings aren't limited to inside the room. The world outside is sick, too. The pier rope detail. At Toluca Lake, James uses a rope to reach areas you couldn't earlier. The item seems mundane, but it's a quiet callback to nautical rescue gear around the lake and an echo of returning to the water. SH2 loves props that double as symbols. The rope is both progress and foreshadowing, depending on which ending you're drifting toward. SH4's peephole has unique events. Henry's peephole isn't just for a few cutscenes. Across chapters, you can catch one-off moments, neighbors arguing, Walter's presence hinted by footsteps, Eileen's condition changing. Miss them, and they're gone. The peephole makes you a passive witness, which matches SH4's theme. You're trapped, watching life happen inches away, unable to fix it. Radio static as level design. The radio static in SH1 doubles as a directional hint. It ramps as enemies approach, but because it's louder in tight spaces and quieter in open streets, it subconsciously shepherds you along safer paths. Early survival horror didn't have modern waypoint systems. Silent Hill used sound to guide you without breaking immersion. Silent Hill 2's Invisible Prisoner. In Toluca Prison, you can find a cell with chains, food trays, and noises, yet there's no visible prisoner. Players hear rattling and coughing, but nothing's there. The detail suggests Silent Hill is showing James suffering that matches his guilt, even when no enemy spawns. SH3's roller coaster foreshadowing. The opening dream sequence ends with Heather dying on the roller coaster tracks. Later, when you return to the amusement park in the real world, you encounter that same coaster again. This time, you can stop it. It's the game showing Heather literally escaping her nightmare on replay. SH4's twin victims design. The twin victims in the room, two small heads on one tall body, come straight from Walter's backstory. They represent murdered children, frozen at the age of their deaths, and their long arms suggest both protection and attack. It's one of SH4's most literal monster-to-memory connections. The lighthouse in SH1 and SH3. The lighthouse first appears as a ritual site in SH1, but it reappears in SH3 with new meaning. Its presence links the cult's plans across generations, showing how places in Silent Hill don't reset, they carry forward their scars. For fans, it's a landmark that anchors the town's shifting dream logic. Weish 2's mannequin room works so well. The famous mannequin jump scare, legs twitching as Pyramid Head steps from the shadows, happens in a small, normal bedroom. There's no build-up, no puzzle, just sudden intrusion. Its power is in its banality, a regular space turned instantly unsafe, teaching you nowhere in Silent Hill is neutral. SH3's Fortune Teller Prophecy. In the amusement park, Heather can visit a fortune teller's booth. The reading warns her about blood and danger, essentially predicting her path. It's a minor stop, but it adds to Silent Hill's tradition of NPCs and props quietly telling you what you're walking into. The boat rowing secret, SH2. During the lake crossing, if you row in a perfectly straight line, you can unlock an achievement in later ports. Originally, though, it was just a hidden scoring metric that contributed to your ranking. It's one of those strange details players only discover when replaying obsessively. SH4's Wall Men Ambush. The wall men in Silent Hill 4 are first shown frozen in place, part of the environment, but once you've gotten used to them being background, the game has them suddenly strike. The scare works because it trains you to ignore them, then punishes you for it. SH1's UFO theme becomes tradition. What started as a one-off joke ending in Silent Hill 1 became a running gag across the series. Every main entry through SH4 has some form of UFO cameo, cementing aliens as Silent Hill's unofficial second mascot, alongside Robbie the Rabbit. Pyramid Head's first kill isn't you. When Pyramid Head first appears in Silent Hill 2, he doesn't attack James. Instead, he kills the mannequins while James hides and watches. The point wasn't to stage a fight, it was to establish Pyramid Head as judge and executioner, sparing James until the time is right. The cat in the locker. In SH3's Hilltop Center, you hear furious scratching inside a locker. When you open it, a cat leaps out, only for the game to later subvert this. In another locker room, the same sound leads to nothing inside. It's a bait and switch scare, playing with your memory of the earlier jump. SH2's Painting of a Death Row Execution. In the Silent Hill Historical Society, there's a massive painting of an execution by hanging. Ito confirmed this was inspired by 19th century prison art, linking the game's themes of judgment and punishment. It sets a tone before you even descend into the labyrinth beneath. SH4's hole isn't always safe. At first, Henry's apartment hole works like a checkpoint. You crawl through it to return to safety, but later it becomes a source of dread as hauntings and attacks bleed into the room. By flipping the role of your safe space, SH4 kept players uneasy the entire back half of the game. SH1's Kaufman side quest alters the ending. Completing Dr. Kaufman's hidden side quest adds the Aglaophotis vial, letting you free Sybil during her boss fight. This not only saves her, but also shifts Harry's dialogue and slightly changes the tone of the ending. Silent Hill's branching paths often hide an optional exploration like this. SH3's Mirror Room death scene. If Heather stays too long in the mirror room, the corruption spreads until her reflection freezes and she collapses. This death isn't caused by monsters or combat, it's purely environmental, making it one of the most unsettling game over sequences in the series. SH2's Prisoners You Never See. In Toluca Prison, you hear footsteps, chains, and coughing behind cell doors, but most are completely empty when you look inside. These audio-only presences are never explained, reinforcing the idea that Silent Hill punishes through atmosphere as much as through monsters. SH3's Extra Heather outfits. Beyond the standard unlockable costumes, Heather has several joke outfits tied to magazine codes and regional promotions. Some were only distributed in Japanese gaming magazines, making them obscure for Western fans. It's a reminder of how Silent Hill loved hiding secrets in real-world ephemera. SH4's Haunting Doll. The cursed doll in Henry's apartment is one of the nastiest hauntings. Place it near Eileen, and her condition worsens rapidly, risking a bad ending. It looks harmless at first, but ignoring it quietly sabotages your game. Many first-time players lose runs because they don't realize the doll's influence. SH1's Butterfly Room. In the Nowhere section of Silent Hill 1, there's a small, eerie room filled with pinned butterflies. It serves no mechanical purpose, but the imagery is deliberate, echoing Alessa's fixation on pain, fragility, and being trapped. It's a pure mood piece. One of Team Silent's environmental storytelling flourishes. SH2's abstract paintings. James encounters several abstract paintings in the Silent Hill Historical Society. Ito designed these himself, drawing inspiration from Francis Bacon's unsettling work. The choice blurs the line between real-world horror art and in-game fiction, deepening the sense that Silent Hill is a curated museum of trauma. SH3's Princess Heart costume. One of Heather's unlockable outfits is the Princess Heart Magical Girl costume. Wearing it lets her fire the Heather Beam, a sparkly energy attack that trivializes enemies. It's a goofy reward for replaying, but also a rare case of Silent Hill blending parody directly into gameplay. SH2's Prison Abstract Daddy Cells. In Toluca Prison, some of the cell graffiti directly references Abstract Daddy's imagery, sketches of beds, crude shapes of figures pressed together. These are easy to miss, but they foreshadow Angela's upcoming boss fight, tying her trauma into the environment before she even appears again. As H4's hole expansion. The hole in Henry's bathroom starts as a small, jagged wound in the wall. As the game progresses, it grows larger with each return until it's wide enough to swallow him whole. This creeping expansion visually tracks the story's escalation, Silent Hill eating its way into his safe space. SH1's hidden Konami references. Posters and shop fronts in Silent Hill 1 include subtle nods to other Konami properties, including names resembling Gradius and Castlevania characters. Most players sprint past these textures, but they ground the town as a real place where pop culture references exist just like in ours. SH2's creepy, soundless room. There's a section in Silent Hill 2 where the audio almost completely drops out. No static, no monster noises, just James's footsteps. The silence makes players paranoid, expecting an ambush. It's a design trick. Horror doesn't need constant sound. Sometimes silence is scarier than any growl. Misty Day, Remains of the Judgment, SH2. The famous painting in the Historical Society, figures judging a victim in fog, acts like a mission statement for Pyramid Head. It foreshadows an executioner born from guilt and punishment, setting up James's arc long before the reveal. The title even frames Silent Hill's law. Judgment comes from the misty day. How to get SH3's Possessed ending. Silent Hill 3 tracks. Hidden points for violence and damage taken. Lots of enemy kills, taking heavy damage, and using many healing items push you toward Possessed. It's not about dialogue choices. It's about how recklessly you survive. Players who fight everything often land this darker finale by accident. Eileen's condition shows on her model, SH4. In the room, Eileen visually deteriorates. Limping worsens, blood on clothing spreads, and her voice lines change as her condition declines. This isn't just flavor. Her state influences the ending, and her walking speed in the finale signals how bad things are. Holy candles and careful play slow the slide. PT's Photo Fragments puzzle. You can assemble the torn portrait in PT by zooming on tiny photo fragments hidden around the loop walls, ceiling corners. The menu press X screen even. Completing it is one step toward the final phone call. It taught players to treat the hallway like a pixel hunt crime scene. Unlocking SH2's dog ending. On a new Game Plus, find the dog key and use it in the Lakeview Hotel observation room to trigger the legendary dog ending. The control room Sheba, the goofy theme song, and the It Was the Dog All Along gag became a series tradition. Proof Silent Hill can be deadly serious and still wink at you to close the show. Tonight we're stepping deep into the fog for a long, unsettling tour through Silent Hill's most disturbing moments. From its earliest cult rituals to the body horror nightmares of Silent Hill F, this is a true deep dive into the scenes that have haunted players for decades. If you're ready for some nightmare fuel, hit that like button to help more horror fans find this video, and let me know down in the comments where in the world you're watching from and what time it is for you right now. I love seeing our late night Silent Hill crew check in from all over. So get comfortable, dim the lights, and let's start. Heather's Godbirth, Silent Hill 3. Among all of Silent Hill's disturbing imagery, few scenes rival the horror of Heather's forced godbirth in Silent Hill 3. Throughout the game, Claudia and the cult manipulate Heather, insisting she carries the seed of their god within her, a continuation of Alessa's torment. For most of the story, this remains a looming threat, but in one of the game's most unsettling sequences, that threat becomes reality. Heather collapses in pain, convulsing as something inside her begins to move. Her skin pales, her body shakes, and she vomits a bloody, fleshy mass, the embryo of the god the cult has been desperate to summon. It's not framed as a triumphant ritual, it's shown as grotesque violation. Heather, still conscious, retches and cries, left in shock at what her body has been forced to expel. The scene is disturbing not just for the gore, but for the layers of meaning. It's a metaphor for loss of control, for a body twisted into something it was never meant to be. The imagery draws on themes of forced birth, medical trauma, and abuse, made worse by the fact that Heather is still a teenager, bearing the curse placed on Alessa years before. What follows when Claudia consumes the embryo to try to birth the god herself only adds to the nightmare, but it's Heather's moment of collapse that sticks with players. It's raw, invasive, and utterly inescapable. Silent Hill doesn't just haunt the mind, it uses the body as its canvas. And here, the result is one of the most disturbing scenes in survival horror. PT's crying fetus in the sink. When PT was released as a playable teaser, few expected it to deliver one of the most infamous, disturbing moments in gaming, the crying fetus in the bathroom sink. At first, the locked bathroom teases curiosity, but once players finally push the door open, the image waiting inside is unforgettable. A cracked porcelain sink cradles a malformed fetus, raw, bloodied, and twitching. Its cries echo through the small room, high-pitched wails layered with wet, gurgling breaths. What makes this scene so disturbing isn't just the grotesque design of the fetus, it's the way the game frames the encounter. The camera forces players to look down into the sink, trapping them with the sound of relentless sobbing. You can't comfort it, can't turn away, can't change what you're seeing. The helplessness becomes the horror. Theories exploded after release. Some believe the fetus represented a murdered child, tying into the implied domestic abuse in the teaser's fragmented narrative. Others connected it to Silent Hill's recurring themes of forced birth and corrupted innocence, echoing Alessa and Heather's fates. In either case, the bathroom becomes more than a jump scare. It's a symbolic chamber of grief, guilt, and violation. The crying fetus is burned into player memory because it strips horror to its most primal elements, the suffering of a newborn, placed in a space meant for cleansing but used for torment instead. It's a single image, but it carries the weight of an entire nightmare, showing how Silent Hill doesn't need monsters with weapons to disturb. It only needs what should have been innocent, twisted beyond recognition. Alessa's immolation, One of the most haunting moments across the Silent Hill franchise is the immolation of Alessa Gillespie, a moment that forms the very core of the series' horror and tragedy. In Silent Hill 1, Alessa is raised by the cult, tortured, and finally consumed in flames in the ritual chamber, her body burning as she wills half her soul into Cheryl. That scene echoes through every game that follows. What makes it so disturbing is how it blends physical pain with spiritual sacrifice. The fire isn't just violence, it's conditional ritual. Flames strip flesh, but also strip meaning. In the game's lore, this burning is meant to purify, to birth divinity. But for Alessa, it becomes a crucible. The visuals are stark, flesh fused to metal, smoke swallowing symbols, her screams half human, half prayer. It's one of the few moments where Silent Hill shows suffering in full spectrum: body, soul, psyche. Across later entries, Alessa's burning is repeated not as meme or reference, but as a ritual echo. Her suffering replays in Heather's nightmares, in cult altars, in shadowy silhouettes. It becomes the signature trauma the town rests on. Without that fire, there is no Cheryl, no cult, no God attempt. The series never tries to soften it. In Silent Hill's mythology, Alessa's immolation is not a past event. It remains a stove that still burns. When we walk these haunted streets, every warped hospital room or scorched hallway owes its pain to that nexus of flame. The cult tried to destroy her. The town refused to forget. Lisa Garland's breakdown: if Alessa's fire is the series' primal wound, then Lisa Garland's breakdown in Silent Hill 1 is its cruelest personal tragedy. Lisa begins as a sympathetic figure, a nurse who seems to genuinely care for Alessa, someone who tried to shield her from the cult's worst abuses. When Harry meets her, she appears confused but warm, a fragile thread of humanity in the nightmare. But Silent Hill doesn't let kindness survive. In one of the game's most unforgettable cutscenes, Lisa realizes the truth. She's been dead all along. Her voice trembles as she clutches her head, recounting how she can't stop the bleeding and begging Harry not to leave her alone. Her face shifts, blood pouring from her nose and eyes, staining her nurse's uniform. The breakdown spirals quickly. Lisa sobs, she panics, then she lunges toward Harry, desperate for connection. But Harry recoils, locking her out. The horror here isn't about monsters with claws or fangs. It's about the slow destruction of self-awareness. Lisa isn't attacked from outside. Her mind caves in on itself, collapsing under the weight of what Silent Hill forces her to remember. In that moment, she's not just a ghost. She's every victim who realizes too late that the town has already claimed them. What makes Lisa's breakdown so disturbing is how intimate it feels. We don't watch a villain punished or a stranger torn apart. We watch someone kind, someone we wanted to trust, unravel into blood and grief. Silent Hill spares no one, not even the gentle souls. Hanging corpses in Midwich School. When players first step into Midwich Elementary School in Silent Hill 1, they expect shadows and static, maybe some monsters down a hallway. What they don't expect are the hanging corpses, swaying gently from the ceiling in the otherworld version of the school. It's one of the earliest signs that Silent Hill isn't just going to scare with enemies, it's going to scar with imagery. The bodies themselves are crude in the original graphics, but that's part of what makes them work. Their blocky forms dangle, featureless, reduced to shapes that suggest humanity without confirming it. Are they children, teachers, ritual victims? The game never answers. They are simply there, silent witnesses to a place where innocence has been devoured. For many fans, this is the first moment they realize the town's nightmare isn't confined to Alessa or to the cult. It bleeds into ordinary spaces. Schools are supposed to be safe, familiar, protective. Instead, Midwich becomes a gallery of suffering, its classrooms echoing with shrieks and whispers, its ceilings turned into gallows. The disturbing part isn't only visual, it's symbolic. Alessa's pain began in these classrooms where she was bullied, mocked, and beaten. The corpses could be her revenge, or her memories, or the town punishing her tormentors. Or they might not be people at all, just representations of abuse and death stretched into physical form. Silent Hill thrives on that ambiguity. Walking through Midwich, players don't just see bodies, they see what it means when a child's trauma rewrites the world, and it's only the beginning. Angela's staircase of fire. Few moments in Silent Hill 2 are as harrowing as Angela Orozco's final scene on the staircase, engulfed in flames. By the time James encounters her here, players already know her story. A life marked by abuse at the hands of her father and brother, years of torment that the town transforms into monsters like the abstract daddy. But it's this scene, near the end, that makes Angela's suffering unforgettable. The stairs themselves descend into a hallway of fire, walls glowing with heat, the air shimmering with ash. For James, the flames don't burn. He walks the steps without harm, but Angela recoils as if the fire is consuming her. She tells James, "For me, it's always like this." That single line delivers Silent Hill's cruel truth. Angela doesn't get to escape her trauma. The fire is her reality, and it will never go out. What makes this moment disturbing isn't gore or sudden shocks. It's the way the game conveys endless psychological torment through a single piece of imagery. For Angela, every step is pain, every room is burning. The town doesn't let her heal. It locks her in a world where her abuse never ended. The encounter ends ambiguously. Angela climbs into the flames, vanishing as James looks on. Whether she dies there or simply dissolves into the nightmare doesn't matter. What matters is the implication. Angela's otherworld is eternal fire, and she has no way out. It's one of Silent Hill's most haunting statements, that some scars don't fade, they only burn hotter. Abstract daddy confrontation. The abstract daddy fight in Silent Hill 2 remains one of the most disturbing boss encounters in gaming history. Unlike other monsters in the series, this one isn't born from James's psyche. It's Angela's. It manifests as a grotesque, bed-shaped mass with writhing human forms pressed together, echoing Angela's memories of abuse by her father and brother. The design alone unsettles, a suffocating frame of flesh and fabric, twisted limbs pinned in place, movements jerky and unnatural. The bed structure makes it obvious it's a prison of trauma, forcing Angela's worst experiences into physical form. The sound design makes it worse, with wet groans and labored movements suggesting something trapped inside, struggling to break free. What makes this confrontation so disturbing is the role James plays. Even though Abstract Daddy comes from Angela's past, James is the one who has to fight it. Angela isn't given the chance to battle her monster. Silent Hill makes the player do it for her. The town forces James, and by extension the player, into complicity. You kill Angela's abuser symbol because she cannot. After the fight, Angela doesn't thank James, she simply mutters, broken and hollow, still trapped in her reality. The battle doesn't fix anything, it's just another step in her spiral. This moment crystallizes what makes Silent Hill unique. The horror isn't about winning or losing against a monster. It's about realizing that some wounds are so deep, so personal, that even defeating the creature that represents them changes nothing. Angela will always carry her past, and Abstract Daddy is only a symptom. Maria's repeated deaths. In Silent Hill 2, few things unsettle more than the way Maria keeps dying. and then returning as if nothing happened. From the first execution at Pyramid Head's hands, to her collapse in the hospital, to the final chase through the labyrinth, her deaths pile up until they no longer shock. They disturb on a deeper level. At first, Maria feels like a companion. She laughs, flirts, and offers James connection in a place that otherwise isolates him. But Silent Hill weaponizes that bond. Every time Maria is taken from James, it feels like punishment, a grotesque repetition of Mary's death. The town is forcing James to watch his desire destroyed again and again until he can't ignore his guilt. The disturbing part isn't just the violence, it's Maria's indifference to her own mortality. After being slaughtered, she reappears with no memory of what happened, her tone playful, almost mocking. She acts alive, but she doesn't live. It's as though the town is recycling her body like a prop, a tool to keep James locked in his nightmare. By the time Maria's final death comes, the horror has shifted. It isn't about Pyramid Head or the spectacle of murder anymore. It's about the realization that Maria was never meant to survive. She exists to suffer and vanish, a cruel echo of what James did to Mary. Each repetition strips away her humanity until she's little more than a reminder that Silent Hill will never let him escape his crime. Maria's cycle of death is one of the series' most chilling devices. Not a single loss, but a ritual of loss repeated until the player can't stand to see it again. Eddie's freezer scene. In Silent Hill 2, the descent into Toluca prison and the labyrinth is already heavy, but one of the darkest moments comes earlier, Eddie's freezer scene. When James finds him in the meat locker, Eddie is surrounded by hanging carcasses, the air thick with decay and frost. The conversation that follows is disturbing not just for what Eddie says, but for how he says it. Eddie admits to killing a dog for mocking him, then casually shifts to killing people who laughed at him. His voice moves between denial and glee, a chilling portrait of someone unraveling under the town's influence. Silent Hill doesn't distort Eddie's crimes into symbolism the way it does for James or Angela. It lets him confess plainly in a room that amplifies the horror. The freezer, lined with slabs of meat, becomes a literal reflection of his mindset. Humans reduced to butchered animals, their lives meaningless. What makes this moment disturbing is its banality of evil. Eddie doesn't seem possessed or manipulated by the town. He just uses its nightmare rules as justification for his cruelty. While James faces monsters born of guilt, Eddie embraces murder as liberation, boasting that in Silent Hill no one can stop him. When James confronts him, the tension snaps into violence. Eddie's killings stop being stories and become reality, forcing James into battle. The freezer becomes a slaughterhouse, a place where laughter turned into screams, and Eddie no longer distinguishes between the two. The scene sticks because it strips away the supernatural and shows horror at its simplest. A man, cornered by insecurity, deciding that murder makes him free. Pyramid Head assaults. Few moments in Silent Hill 2 are as deeply disturbing as Pyramid Head's acts of sexual violence against the monsters. In one of the earliest encounters at the Woodside Apartments, James peers through the bars of a room and sees Pyramid Head forcing himself on a pair of mannequins, monsters already designed to embody warped sexuality. It's not just shocking imagery, it's a performance stage for James to witness. The horror here isn't about gore or a direct threat to the player, it's psychological, forcing James and us to watch something degrading, violent, and impossible to ignore. Pyramid Head isn't simply punishing James. He's reenacting the darkest corners of James's subconscious, mirroring his suppressed desires and guilt. The fact that it happens in silence, without explanation, makes it more unnerving. Later, Pyramid Head repeats this with a lying figure, again turning violence into an assault. These scenes draw a line between James's repressed sexuality, Mary's illness, and the twisted ways his psyche processes intimacy. Silent Hill externalizes his inner torment into acts of cruelty that disturb precisely because they're not for combat, but for theater. For players, these sequences remain some of the most infamous in survival horror. They're not jump scares or boss fights, they're spectacles of suffering designed to unsettle on a moral level. The mannequins, already uncanny with their double legs and missing faces, become props in a ritual of punishment. While Pyramid Head stands as the executioner James secretly believes he deserves. Silent Hill rarely shows violence this bluntly, which makes these scenes unforgettable. They're not there for shock value. They're there to force the player to sit with the same shame and horror James carries inside him. Hinako cutting off her arm in Silent Hill F. When Silent Hill F finally released, fans expected its trademark psychological horror. What they didn't expect was one of the most grotesque body horror moments in the series. Hinako sawing off her own arm as the infection spreads. Early in the story, Hinako becomes entangled in the strange fungal growths that twist flesh into flowers. The infection blooms across her skin, twisting her body until she makes the unthinkable choice. She severs her arm herself. The cutscene doesn't hide the act. It lingers on her desperation, the scrape of blade against bone, the sheer panic of trying to escape her own body. But the horror doesn't end there. Instead of salvation, the wound sprouts into something worse. A grotesque fox-like arm of fungus and bone, replacing what she lost. The moment captures Silent Hill's cruelty. Survival is impossible, because the cure only deepens the curse. What makes this scene especially disturbing is the intimacy of the violence. Unlike monsters tearing at flesh, this is self-inflicted. Hinako knows what's happening, understands her body no longer belongs to her, and still acts in a futile attempt to take back control. It's tragedy and terror woven together, made worse by the surreal image of flowers blooming where human tissue should be. Players and reviewers alike singled this out as Silent Hill F's defining moment of horror, a statement that the franchise has embraced full-on body corruption, showing how Silent Hill doesn't just prey on the mind, but rewrites the body in ways that are impossible to look away from. Haunted Wheelchair Corridor, Silent Hill 3. In Silent Hill 3, Heather navigates plenty of unsettling spaces, but few stick with players like the Haunted Wheelchair Corridor. It's a narrow hospital hallway, dimly lit, with a wheelchair sitting at the far end. At first glance it seems harmless, just another piece of medical equipment abandoned in the nightmare, but as Heather approaches, the soundscape shifts. The chair screeches across the floor, metal against tile, with no one pushing it. The sound cuts sharp through the silence, echoing off the walls. The moment is disturbing precisely because nothing else happens. The chair doesn't attack, it doesn't transform. It simply moves on its own, possessed by the same force that twists the entire hospital. That restraint is what makes it so effective. The horror is psychological, not mechanical, a reminder that even the most mundane objects aren't safe. For fans, the haunted wheelchair has become one of the most iconic images of Silent Hill 3. It doesn't rely on gore or grotesque monsters. It weaponizes the ordinary. Wheelchairs are supposed to symbolize care and mobility, yet here they're twisted into a reminder of helplessness and confinement, echoing Alessa's long hospitalization. The sequence also builds dread for the player. If a wheelchair can move on its own, what else in the hospital might come alive? It turns the entire space into a trap, making players fear not just what's around the corner, but what might suddenly stir behind them. This scene proves Silent Hill doesn't need jump scares to disturb. A single object, animated by unseen trauma, is enough to leave players deeply unsettled. The Mirror Room, Silent Hill 3. The Mirror Room in Silent Hill 3 is one of the most infamous moments in the series because it weaponizes stillness, reflection, and helplessness all at once. On the surface, the room looks ordinary, a tiled clinic with a giant wall-length mirror. Nothing seems unusual when Heather steps inside, until the reflection begins to move differently. At first, the mirrored room subtly distorts, a shadow flickers, the lighting bends, then the reflection starts to rot. Dark stains spread across the mirrored version of the room, crawling up the walls like a living infection. Soon Heather's reflection itself begins to blacken, her image trapped as if her very soul is being consumed. The real room stays clean, but the mirror insists that corruption is inevitable. The most disturbing part? The player has no control. You can't fight, you can't stop it, and the door won't open until the scene is finished. All you can do is watch Heather's reflection decay while she remains helpless on your side of the glass. It's pure psychological terror, Silent Hill proving that your agency doesn't matter here. Symbolically, the mirror room ties back to Heather's dual nature, part herself, part Alessa, always carrying the shadow of the cult's plans inside her. The reflection might not just be a trick of the other world, it could be Heather glimpsing the fate she's meant to suffer if the god inside her takes over. For many players, the Mirror Room is the moment that cemented Silent Hill 3 as more than a continuation of the story. It's a showcase of how horror can devastate without monsters or blood, simply by forcing you to watch your identity corrode. Parents boss fight Silent Hill F. One of the standout horrors in Silent Hill F is the grotesque parents boss fight, a sequence that turns family into a weapon. In this battle, Hinako faces monstrous forms of her father and mother, fused into nightmare creatures that lash out with blade-like limbs and tentacles made of flesh and fungus. What begins as a confrontation rooted in family trauma escalates into full-on body horror, staged in Silent Hill's new fungal aesthetic. The father figure looms tall and overpowering, wielding grotesque arms that resemble both weapons and restraints, as if designed to crush and control. The mother form is no less terrifying, warped into a parasitic shape, suffocating in her presence. Together they trap Hinako in a cycle of torment, their grotesque designs echoing the suffocating expectations and abuse she endured in life. What makes this fight especially disturbing isn't just the visual design, it's the implication that these aren't random monsters. They are Hinako's parents, resurrected and corrupted by the town, turned into avatars of her trauma. To survive, the player must literally destroy the twisted echoes of her family. It's Silent Hill's cruelty in its purest form, forcing victims to confront the very people who hurt them, only now as inhuman monstrosities. Fans have described the parents' boss as one of the most unsettling sequences in Silent Hill F, not just for its grotesque spectacle, but for its psychological weight. In true Silent Hill fashion, family bonds are twisted into chains, and breaking them comes at a cost that feels as painful as it looks. The room's chained corpses, Silent Hill 4. In Silent Hill 4, the room, Henry's apartment, gradually shifts from a familiar safe space into something suffocating and hostile. Among the most disturbing visuals in the game are the chained corpses discovered during Walter Sullivan's ritual killings. Unlike traditional monsters, these bodies don't attack or chase. They simply hang, bound in place, suspended between life and death. The imagery is stark. naked, twisted figures locked into metal restraints, their mouths sometimes open in frozen screams. Their placement isn't random either. They appear in key areas connected to Walter's victims, serving as grotesque reminders of the lives he ended. Each one represents another step in the 21 sacraments, his attempt to sanctify apartment 302 with murder. What makes this moment especially disturbing is its emotional resonance. You aren't battling faceless creatures. You're staring at the aftermath of human beings reduced to ritual props. The chains don't just bind their bodies, they symbolize Silent Hill's larger theme of captivity. People trapped by trauma, guilt, or belief systems they can't escape. For Henry, it's another reminder that the nightmare is intruding even into the supposed safety of his home. The corpses also echo the town's obsession with ritual sacrifice. Their stillness suggests permanence. Walter didn't just kill them, he displayed them, locked them into the fabric of the nightmare. The horror comes not from fear of attack, but from the suffocating knowledge that Silent Hill isn't only a place of monsters, it's a graveyard, endlessly decorated with reminders of suffering. The chained corpses are proof that in Silent Hill, death isn't an end. It's a display, and one you can't look away from. Walter's child victim backstory, Silent Hill 4. Walter Sullivan's story in Silent Hill 4. The room is already horrifying, but what makes it deeply disturbing is the way the game slowly reveals his childhood as a victim. Walter wasn't born a killer. He was created through neglect, indoctrination, and abuse at the hands of the cult. His life begins at the Wish House Orphanage, a place that should have been safe, but instead served as a front for the Order's experiments. There, Walter was taught that apartment 302 was his mother, a cruel manipulation that twisted his understanding of family and love. While other children endured indoctrination, Walter was singled out, molded into a vessel for the cult's rituals. As he grew older, that conditioning transformed into obsession. His killings, framed as the 21 sacraments were not random acts of violence. They were the warped fulfillment of what the Order planted in him as a child. The disturbing part isn't just Walter's brutality, it's the way the game forces players to see him as both villain and victim. The flashbacks and documents describing his childhood show a boy abandoned, desperate for connection, and exploited until his innocence was erased. By the time players face him as the story's antagonist, the tragedy of his past lingers. He isn't a monster born, he's a child weaponized by a system of cruelty. This backstory unsettles because it reframes Silent Hill's horror from supernatural forces to real human abuse. Walter's entire life is proof that the town doesn't only prey on guilt, it manufactures monsters out of children, then unleashes them on the world. Eileen's possession deterioration, Silent Hill 4. Eileen Galvin begins Silent Hill 4, the room as Henry's only ally, a neighbor caught up in the nightmare by accident. But as the game progresses, she becomes one of its most disturbing symbols, a victim slowly consumed by possession. After Walter's attack, Eileen is left injured, and the wound becomes a channel for the cult's influence. What follows is one of Silent Hill's most unsettling transformations, not a sudden monster reveal, but a slow deterioration you can watch in real time. As the game continues, Eileen's body and behavior worsen. She walks with a limp, her skin grows pale, and strange markings appear, signs that Walter's ritual is taking hold. Her dialogue shifts too, sometimes slurred, sometimes filled with phrases that don't sound like her own thoughts. The game ties her condition to player behavior. The more damage and neglect she suffers, the deeper the possession sets in, leading toward darker endings. The disturbing aspect is the helplessness it creates. Henry can protect Eileen, but he can't cure her. You escort her through environments while she grows weaker, watching someone who was once independent unravel into a vessel for the nightmare. In the worst case scenario, she dies during the final confrontation, claimed entirely by the curse. What makes this sequence so haunting is its intimacy. Unlike faceless monsters, Eileen is a friend, an innocent who didn't deserve any of it. Her possession reminds players that Silent Hill isn't just about punishing the guilty. Sometimes it swallows bystanders too, and their slow loss of self is the cruelest horror of all. Corpse flower transformations, Silent Hill F. One of the most grotesque motifs in Silent Hill F is the recurring image of human bodies blooming into flowers. The infection at the center of the story doesn't just kill, it rewrites flesh, turning skin into petals, bone into stalks, and faces into blossoms. These corpse flowers are scattered throughout the game, and each one carries a sense of horror that's both beautiful and revolting. The first time players encounter one, the shock comes from the detail. A body lies twisted on the ground, but instead of decay, brilliant red and white flowers burst from its chest cavity. The petals pulse as though still alive, suggesting the transformation isn't a natural end but a lingering state between human and plant. Later, the environment becomes littered with these hybrids, creating entire rooms where corpses line the walls like gardens of suffering. What makes this disturbing isn't just the gore, it's the perversion of nature. Flowers usually symbolize purity, life, or even mourning. Here they become the final stage of infection, stripping victims of identity and repurposing them as decoration for Silent Hill's cruelty. The sight of a friend or villager you knew now standing frozen, their face replaced with a blossom, leaves a mark no monster can. The corpse flower transformations also carry a thematic weight. They represent the loss of agency, of self. In Silent Hill, death isn't peaceful, it's another way to be consumed. And in Silent Hill F, that consumption is permanent, leaving behind something horrifyingly beautiful that will never let the victim be forgotten. Wedding Massacre Reveal, Silent Hill F. Late in Silent Hill F, one of the most chilling narrative twists arrives with the Wedding Massacre reveal. What begins as a traditional ceremony steeped in Japanese folk aesthetics unravels into a grotesque slaughter. Hinako, bound to the fungal infection and her deep trauma, becomes the center of a tragedy that consumes everyone present. The reveal comes in fragments, blood-slicked tatami mats, shattered ornaments, guests reduced to silent corpses entwined with red tendrils. Players eventually piece it together. What should have been a day of family and celebration dissolved into mass death, orchestrated by forces that twisted love and ritual into carnage. The horror deepens with the post-credits police report, which frames the event clinically, stripping away mystery to confirm that what you witnessed wasn't just symbolic, it was a massacre with dozens dead. What makes this disturbing isn't only the gore, it's the desecration of something sacred. Weddings are supposed to represent unity and hope. Here, Silent Hill uses the occasion as a stage for corruption, showing how even the purest rituals can be rewritten into nightmares. The stark contrast between the white garments, the smiling guests, and the fungal rot swallowing them cements the sequence as one of the franchise's most devastating. Players and reviewers alike singled this out as a moment that lingers long after the credits. It's not shock value, it's thematic cruelty, turning joy into bloodshed, and leaving the player with an ending that feels like Silent Hill at its most merciless. The Shiramuku bridal entity, Silent Hill F. The climax of Silent Hill F delivers one of the most unsettling boss encounters in the series, the Shiramuku bridal entity. Drawing from traditional Japanese wedding imagery, this figure takes the white kimono, normally a symbol of purity and new beginnings, and twists it into a nightmare. Instead of elegance, the bridal robes flow like shrouds, soaked in red fungal veins that pulse and writhe as though alive. The entity embodies everything Hinako's story has built toward: trauma, expectation, and ritual, all merged into a single grotesque image. Its form blends human and fungus, with gaping holes where features should be, and long, suffocating sleeves that reach out like tendrils. The fight against it feels less like combat and more like a symbolic confrontation with the crushing weight of tradition and family. What makes this moment disturbing is the collision of sacred and corrupt. Weddings in Japanese culture often link the bride's attire to both purity and death. The white kimono can also serve as burial garb. Silent Hill F seizes on that duality, transforming the bride into a figure that is both a promise of union and a harbinger of annihilation. For players, the Shiramuku stands as the ultimate horror of Silent Hill F. Not just the loss of body to infection, but the loss of self to expectation. The entity is beautiful in a haunting, ceremonial way, but it's a beauty that smothers, consumes, and erases identity. It's Silent Hill at its most poetic and cruel, closing the story with an image no player can forget: the ghost victims, Silent Hill 4. One of Silent Hill 4's most unnerving mechanics is the introduction of the ghost victims, the lingering spirits of those Walter Sullivan murdered. Unlike standard enemies, these ghosts can't be killed with weapons. They float toward Henry, radiating despair, and drain his health simply by being near him. Their faces are distorted, their movements jerky and unnatural, as if they're puppets tugged on invisible strings. What makes them so disturbing isn't just their invulnerability, it's their familiarity. Each ghost has a name, a backstory, and a place in Walter's ritual. They aren't nameless monsters, they're human beings, corrupted and weaponized against the player. Encountering them feels wrong because the horror comes less from fighting and more from enduring their presence. The longer you remain near them, the more your resources deplete, as if their grief is literally sucking the life out of you. The design is minimalist, yet effective. They groan, stutter, and flicker as they move, passing through walls like death itself. Sometimes they scream suddenly in sharp bursts, breaking the tension with jarring violence. Other times they just hover in silence, watching, a constant reminder of Walter's legacy. Silent Hill has always blurred the line between the supernatural and the psychological, but the ghost victims emphasize inescapable suffering. They don't want to kill Henry, they want to share their torment with him, and the game makes sure the player feels every second of that draining despair. The Butcher, Silent Hill Origins. In Silent Hill Origins, Travis Grady encounters one of the series' most unsettling creatures, the Butcher. At first glance, players immediately draw comparisons to Pyramid Head, towering figure, massive cleaver, and a role as executioner within the nightmare. But what makes the Butcher distinct and disturbing in his own right is the brutality with which he treats other monsters. Throughout the game, you stumble upon scenes of the Butcher hacking creatures apart, dismembering them with slow, deliberate swings. These aren't fights, these are punishments. Silent Hill uses him as a mirror, not for the player's guilt, but for Travis's repressed rage and violent tendencies. Where Pyramid Head functions as a judge, the Butcher is more of a butcher in the literal sense. He reduces everything to meat. The first time you witness him at work, there's a sense of dread that sticks long after, Monsters that once terrified you are cut down casually, as if to show that the town's horrors are expendable playthings under his blade. His mask, a rough metal sack fused to his head, strips him of humanity, while his cleaver gleams with gore. He doesn't speak, doesn't taunt, he only slaughters. What's disturbing is the implication that the butcher isn't some outside force. He's tied directly to Travis. As you play, it becomes clear that the butcher is a projection of Travis's suppressed violence, waiting for release. Silent Hill externalizes it, dressing his anger in rusted armor and a cleaver. By the time you confront him directly, the truth is unavoidable. You're fighting a reflection of what you might become. The butcher unsettles not just because of his violence, but because he suggests that even the protagonist isn't safe from Silent Hill's corruption. The sacrificial burning ending, Silent Hill, Shattered Memories. Silent Hill, Shattered Memories is often remembered for its psychological profiling system, but one of its darkest, most disturbing outcomes comes from the sacrificial burning ending. In this variant, Cheryl's therapy sessions collapse into the revelation that Harry Mason was never alive in this version of events. He exists only as an echo she's been chasing. The weight of this realization culminates in a sequence that mirrors Silent Hill 1's primal trauma, immolation. In the cutscene, Harry is engulfed in fire, screaming as flames consume him. It's a direct callback to Alessa's burning, but the framing is more intimate, because by this point the player has spent the entire game embodying Harry, trying to protect Cheryl. Watching him writhe in fire drives home the futility of everything you've done. There is no rescue, no happy reunion, only the ritual of loss repeated. The disturbing power of this ending lies in its emotional cruelty. Unlike earlier games where fire serves a symbolic role tied to cult ritual, here it feels personal. The town forces Cheryl to relive her father's absence by replaying his death in the most violent way possible. For the player, it's a betrayal of agency. Every choice you made still leads to fire. The sacrificial burning ending unsettles, not through gore, but through inevitability. It shows that Silent Hill will always bring its characters back to the same wound, no matter how the details change. And by placing you directly in Harry's perspective as he burns, the game ensures you share his helplessness in full. The amniotic pod creatures, Silent Hill Homecoming. Silent Hill Homecoming may not be the most beloved entry in the series, but it delivers some of its most unsettling enemy designs, especially the amniotic pod creatures. These monsters appear as twisted, fleshy sacs that sway and convulse, their surfaces pulsing like living wounds. Inside, you can just make out distorted human forms curled up, as though trapped in an endless gestation cycle. When the pods rupture, the creatures inside emerge with shrieks, their bodies half-formed and malformed, as if they were dragged out of a womb too early. The connection to birth and miscarriage is unavoidable, tying directly into the game's themes of corrupted family and broken parental bonds. The way they lunge at Alex, screaming and clawing, makes it feel like you're being attacked by something that was never meant to be alive in the first place. The disturbing part isn't just the design, it's the symbolism of failed creation. Shepherd's Glen is a town built on sacrifice, where families give up their children to maintain a twisted pact. The amniotic pods serve as grotesque reminders of that cycle, bodies meant to be sacrificed but instead left in limbo, never born, never dead. The sound design amplifies the horror. Wet squelches and muffled cries leak from the pods as you approach, making every encounter feel wrong before the fight even begins. They aren't just enemies, they're failed children, victims of a ritual that reduces life to a commodity. The amniotic pod creatures disturb because they embody Silent Hill's cruelest theme, that innocence and birth can be corrupted as easily as death, leaving behind forms that are neither human nor monster, but something heartbreakingly in between. The Boogeyman ending Silent Hill Downpour. In Silent Hill Downpour, Murphy, Pendleton's fate is shaped by the choices you make throughout the game. Among the possible outcomes, the Boogeyman ending stands out as one of the most disturbing. In this version, Murphy is forced to wear the executioner's hood and assume the role of the Boogeyman, Silent Hill's embodiment of punishment. The scene is simple but devastating. Murphy, once a prisoner trying to escape guilt and injustice, becomes the very monster he feared. The heavy helmet drops over his head, obscuring his humanity, and the massive sledgehammer falls into his hands. The camera lingers, showing him transformed into an archetype rather than a man. There's no resistance, no protest. Silent Hill erases his identity, rewriting him as its executioner. What makes this ending so disturbing is its finality. In most Silent Hill games, monsters like Pyramid Head or the Boogeyman are projections of guilt and trauma, figures meant to punish the protagonist. Here, Murphy doesn't just face them, he becomes one. The implication is that the cycle of punishment never ends. Silent Hill doesn't forgive, it recycles. Every victim is just one step away from being molded into the next tormentor. It's a cruel inversion of the player's expectations. Instead of liberation or redemption, Murphy's journey concludes with total loss of self. He's no longer a character with a story. He's a symbol, doomed to enforce the same suffering he once endured. The Boogeyman ending disturbs not because of gore or spectacle, but because it suggests a terrifying truth. In Silent Hill, guilt doesn't get resolved. It gets repurposed, ensuring the nightmare continues forever. The Cradle of Enchantments, Silent Hill F. Silent Hill F is full of fungal body horror, but one of its most disturbing set pieces comes with the Cradle of Enchantments, a chamber overtaken by the parasite's growth, where entire groups of people appear fused into a single mass of fungus and flesh. The walls pulse as though alive, covered in roots that once were veins, and within them you can see twisted faces frozen mid-scream. The horror here is less about combat and more about witnessing assimilation. These people aren't just killed, they're absorbed, their identities erased as they become part of the parasite's ecosystem. Flowers bloom grotesquely from mouths and eyes, giving the chamber a sickly beauty that makes it even harder to look at. The scene echoes Silent Hill's recurring theme that death in this world is rarely final, it's transformation, often into something worse. Players describe this as one of the most wrong sequences in F because it combines natural imagery with undeniable suffering. Unlike a corpse flower left to stand alone, the cradle traps its victims together, suggesting they are aware of one another even in their final moments. The environment groans as if the mass is still breathing, leaving players unsure whether the victims are alive, dead, or in some liminal state in between. What makes this scene resonate is the way it reframes the parasite as more than a disease. It's a community of horror, binding people together into an eternal, unwanted union. Silent Hill doesn't just kill, it fuses, and in doing so, it ensures that no victim ever truly escapes. The room's peephole scene, Silent Hill 4. One of the most unsettling aspects of Silent Hill 4 is how it strips away the player's sense of safety inside apartment 302. At first, the room feels like a sanctuary. Locked doors, no monsters, just a small space to breathe. But the game begins corrupting even that, and nowhere is it more disturbing than in the peephole sequence. Henry can look through the hole in his wall at his neighbor Eileen's apartment. Early on, this voyeuristic mechanic seems harmless. even comforting. You're simply checking in on a friendly face. But as the nightmare deepens, the view turns sinister. Strange figures begin appearing. Sometimes it's Walter Sullivan himself, standing unnaturally still, watching. Other times it's inexplicable shadows, distorted movements that don't belong to anyone. The disturbing part isn't what you see, it's the implication that something is watching back. The longer you play, the more the peephole feels less like a one-way window and more like a shared space. The moment you realize you're not spying, but participating, the room stops feeling safe altogether. Players often describe this as one of the scariest moments in the game, not because of loud scares, but because it weaponizes intimacy. Eileen's apartment should be ordinary, but Silent Hill twists it into a stage for paranoia. The peephole becomes a symbol of how the nightmare erases privacy, turning even the act of observation into corruption. It's a reminder that in Silent Hill, nowhere is safe, not even your home, not even the spaces where you thought you were in control. Mannequin Room Ambush, Silent Hill 2. Silent Hill 2 is filled with disturbing creatures, but one of the most infamous encounters happens inside a seemingly ordinary apartment room, the mannequin ambush. At first, the space appears empty except for a few mannequins posed in the corners. Their design is already unsettling. Double sets of legs fused together, no arms, no head, no face, just a warped body that denies identity. The moment turns when Pyramid Head appears, dragging his massive blade, and pins a mannequin to the wall in a violent act of assault. James and the player are forced to watch from behind a barred gate, completely powerless to intervene. When Pyramid Head finishes, he notices James and stalks toward him, sending players into panic. This scene disturbs for several reasons. First, it strips away agency. You can't fight, you can't escape, you can only witness. Second, the mannequins are not human, but their humanoid form makes the violence feel sexual, invasive, and deeply uncomfortable. It's Silent Hill weaponizing suggestion rather than explicit detail, leaving the player's imagination to fill the gaps. But the most haunting part is its symbolism. The mannequins are reflections of James's repressed sexuality, faceless bodies reduced to objects. Pyramid Head's assault isn't just random, it's the town forcing James to confront the darkest side of his desires. The violence is staged as performance, a reminder that James is not just a witness, but a participant in the guilt the town exposes. It's a short moment, but it lingers because it shows that Silent Hill doesn't just terrify with monsters, it terrifies with what it makes you watch and what it makes you remember about yourself. The Screamer Children, Silent Hill Homecoming. One of the most unsettling enemy types in Silent Hill Homecoming is the Screamer, childlike monsters that attack Alex throughout Shepherd's Glen. At first glance, they appear vaguely human, small frames, tattered clothing, long hair hiding their faces, but the moment they open their mouths, the illusion breaks. They unleash a shrill, distorted scream that disorients the player, echoing like a child's cry, twisted into a weapon. The design is subtle but effective. Their bodies look like malnourished children, but their movements are jerky and feral, more like animals than people. When they rush at you in packs, their screams overlap into a cacophony that's hard to endure. They aren't just enemies to fight, they're representations of the town's cycle of sacrifice, suggesting children transformed into monsters by the weight of tradition and violence. What makes the screamers especially disturbing is the implication behind their existence. Shepherd's Glen is a community where children are ritually sacrificed to maintain a pact, and the screamers embody that twisted legacy. They're not faceless monsters born from nowhere, they're echoes of innocent lives warped into instruments of torment. The horror deepens when players notice the detail in their design, the faint outlines of school uniforms, the way their shrieks resemble both pain and rage. They feel like victims first, enemies second, which makes every encounter emotionally heavier than a normal fight. By turning children, symbols of innocence, into shrieking predators, Homecoming amplifies Silent Hill's central theme that no one, not even the most innocent, is safe from corruption. The screamers don't just attack your health bar, they attack your sense of morality, forcing you to cut down what might once have been children to survive. The Flesh Room, Silent Hill 3. Deep within Silent Hill 3, Heather encounters one of the game's most viscerally disturbing environments, the Flesh Room. Unlike the usual rusted metal and crumbling brick of the other world, this chamber looks alive. The walls pulse with veins, slick with blood, their surfaces textured like raw muscle. The entire space feels like the inside of a body, wet, claustrophobic, and suffocating. What makes the Flesh Room so unsettling is its immediacy. It doesn't just suggest horror, it overwhelms you with it. Every surface oozes, every sound is organic, from squelches underfoot to the low, rhythmic thumping that resembles a heartbeat. The effect is that Heather and the player are swallowed into something that isn't a place anymore, but a living organism. You're no longer walking through a nightmare town, you're walking inside a nightmare body. Symbolically, the Flesh Room ties directly to Heather's role as Alessa's reincarnation and the cult's obsession with birthing a god. The environment mirrors womb imagery, but corrupted and grotesque. Instead of nurturing life, the space feels like it devours it. Every detail reinforces the sense that Heather's body and her fate are not her own, but something the cult has claimed. Players often rank this area as one of the most disturbing in the series because it strips away Silent Hill's usual ambiguity. There's no question of symbolism here. You're standing inside flesh, surrounded by blood, trapped in a living nightmare. It's Silent Hill at its most visceral, turning the environment itself into a grotesque reminder of the horrors of control, birth, and corruption. The cult's ritual room, Silent Hill 1. In the original Silent Hill, one of the most disturbing discoveries comes late in the game when Harry Mason finally steps into the cult's ritual chamber beneath the town. Up to that point, players have pieced together bits of the Order's activities, strange symbols, whispered references to sacrifices, Alessa's suffering. But the ritual room lays it all bare. The space is small and suffocating, lit by a harsh glow that illuminates the grotesque details: scorched floors, walls smeared with ritual markings, and altars stained with blood. Chains hang loosely, suggesting victims were bound there before being offered to the cult's god. At the center lies the focus of their obsession, Alessa herself, broken and burned, kept alive in endless torment to serve as the vessel for their deity. The disturbing part isn't just the imagery, it's the banality of evil in the scene. This isn't some abstract nightmare space. It's a man-made chamber, a place the cult built and used deliberately. Every chain, every bloodstain, every rune is evidence of human beings choosing to perpetuate suffering. Unlike the otherworld's surreal monsters, the ritual room forces you to confront horror as an act of will, not accident. Silent Hill often blurs the line between human cruelty and supernatural terror, but the ritual chamber makes it clear where everything begins, with people. The monsters, the nightmares, the distortions of reality. All of it stems from this single room, where faith was twisted into torture and a child was burned alive. It's a reminder that behind Silent Hill's horrors are human hands, and that truth makes it all the more unbearable. Scarlet Boss Fight, Silent Hill Homecoming. one of the most haunting sequences in Silent Hill. Homecoming is the battle against Scarlet, a towering porcelain, doll-like monster tied to Dr. Fitch and his daughter, Scarlet. At first glance, the creature appears pristine. Its surface gleams white and smooth, like a statue or a child's toy. But the longer you look, the more wrong it feels. The joints bend at unnatural angles, the face is frozen in a vacant stare, and the proportions are too long, too thin, suggesting fragility that hides something monstrous. The fight begins quietly, but once you damage her porcelain shell, it shatters to reveal raw, blood-soaked flesh beneath. Scarlet's perfect exterior crumbles into a grotesque interior, exposing sinew and gore. Her movements become frantic, spider-like, and her shrieks pierce the air. The transformation mirrors her backstory. Scarlet was sacrificed by her father in a ritual pact, and her monster form is the physical embodiment of both her innocence and her suffering. What makes this encounter disturbing isn't just the design, it's the context. Dr. Fitch explains his ritual act with chilling calm, describing how he killed his daughter for the town's pact. Scarlet's monstrous rebirth forces players to witness the horror of that sacrifice in the most literal way possible. The symbolism cuts deep. Scarlet begins as fragile and perfect, like how parents might idealize their children, but that veneer cracks to reveal the pain of abuse and neglect. The fight isn't simply about survival, it's about facing the unbearable consequences of Shepherd's Glen's twisted traditions. Scarlet lingers in memory because she embodies one of Silent Hill's cruelest truths. Even the purest innocence can be corrupted, shattered, and rebuilt into something horrifying. The Morgue Awakening, Silent Hill Origins. In Silent Hill Origins, one of the most disturbing sequences unfolds when Travis Grady enters the hospital morgue. At first, the scene plays out with the expected creepiness: rows of body drawers, flickering lights, and the claustrophobic silence that comes with being surrounded by the dead. But the game quickly turns this ordinary horror setting into something far more nightmarish. As Travis explores, several drawers creak open on their own, revealing corpses that look swollen and distorted, their skin gray and waxy. At first they appear still, but then their heads twitch and their limbs jerk unnaturally. One by one, they begin to pull themselves out, not with the speed of traditional monsters, but with the slow, dragging inevitability of something that shouldn't be moving at all. The horror lies in the violation of expectation. Morgues are meant to be places of rest, cold and final. Here, Silent Hill twists the concept into a reminder that death doesn't grant peace, it only invites further torment. The sound design drives it home: the screech of metal drawers sliding open, the thud of dead weight hitting the floor, and the guttural gas of corpses forcing breath back into their ruined lungs. Symbolically, the morgue scene plays on Silent Hill's recurring theme of unresolved suffering. These bodies don't rise as mindless zombies. They awaken as if still bound to their trauma, unable to leave even in death. Travis isn't just fighting monsters. He's surrounded by people the town has refused to release. It's a small moment in the series, but one of the most disturbing, because it delivers a single, chilling message. In Silent Hill, the dead don't rest. They linger, waiting to remind the living of the nightmare. Gillespie House Flashback, Silent Hill Origins. One of the most disturbing narrative reveals in Silent Hill Origins comes during the Gillespie House flashbacks, where Travis learns the truth about Alessa's childhood. The house itself is steeped in dread, dark corners, scattered occult paraphernalia, and the faint smell of smoke baked into the walls. But it's what the flashbacks show that unsettles most. The unimaginable abuse Alessa endured at the hands of her own mother, Dahlia. Through fragmented visions, Travis witnesses scenes of Dahlia forcing Alessa into ritual spaces, surrounding her with sigils and burning incense as she prepares the girl for sacrifice. There are glimpses of shouting, of Alessa cowering, of fire already licking at the edges of her bed. These memories don't play out as clean-cut scenes. They feel jagged, like broken pieces of a trauma that the town itself is replaying. What makes this sequence so disturbing is how ordinary the setting feels. The Gillespie home isn't a dungeon or cult temple, it's just a house, a place that should have been safe for a child. The horror comes from the reminder that Silent Hill's nightmare begins with human cruelty, not monsters. The other world only exists because of what was done inside these walls. The flashbacks also reframe the entire series. Every monstrous birth, every cult ritual, every warped nightmare traces back to this house and one child's suffering. It isn't the supernatural that first corrupted Silent Hill. It was a mother's choice to sacrifice her daughter. The Gillespie house flashback is disturbing because it strips away abstraction. It isn't about symbols or monsters. It's about watching a child betrayed in the one place she should have been safe. And that makes the rest of Silent Hill's horrors feel inevitable. Hanging Prisoners, Silent Hill, The Arcade. While Silent Hill, The Arcade isn't part of the mainline series, it contributes one of the franchise's most unsettling visuals, the Hanging Prisoners sequence. Unlike the symbolic corpses in Midwich School, these figures are grotesquely detailed, their bodies bound in ropes or chains, swaying from gallows-like structures that line the walls. Some twitch faintly, suggesting they're not fully dead, while others remain still, silent warnings suspended in endless torment. Because the arcade is an on-rail shooter, the horror comes from what you're forced to do. You move through hallways where these bodies hang at eye level, their faces obscured by sacks or stretched skin, leaving you to wonder who they once were. Occasionally a prisoner lurches, reaching out as if begging for help, before collapsing into silence again. It's a moment where you aren't just fighting monsters, you're moving through a gallery of suffering. What makes this so disturbing is how it ties into Silent Hill's obsession with punishment and execution. The imagery of hanging recalls the town's history of being a place where criminals were judged and killed, a theme that recurs across multiple games. But here the bodies aren't symbolic. They're raw, unrelenting, and presented in sheer numbers. It feels less like an isolated punishment and more like mass execution, leaving the player surrounded by death. Even though the arcade is often dismissed as a side entry, this sequence resonates because it strips Silent Hill of subtlety. It confronts players with the reality that behind every monster is a victim, and sometimes the town doesn't bother disguising that truth. It just hangs the bodies in plain view, leaving you to walk among them.